Its entire body then radiated with light, and the body of the Monoceros once more swelled, transforming to 60 meters in height. The enormous Monoceros, it stared at its opponent as though he were an ant. Bang! The Monoceros moved as fast as lightning, intending to trample its opponent. Whap! 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 After 3 exchanges of blows, the fiend god cultivator had been trampled to the point of having only half his body left. He immediately called out in a high voice, "I admit defeat." Only then did the azure-skinned Monoceros come to a halt. If one side perished or admitted defeat, that represented the end of the battle. If one insisted on forcibly killing someone who had surrendered, one would be punished with a fine equal to 10 times the stakes of the bet. The Monoceros raised its head, letting out a growl, then transformed into mist before recondensing into that azure-skinned, horned man who was 6 meters tall. Northmont Byway. 300 taels. Dare you engage in a betting duel with me? The distant Northmont fox pointed from his window towards Byway. I know that you are as cowardly as a mouse, and won't possibly dare to engage in a betting duel. Ah, as cowardly as a rat. The sound of his laughter was so repugnant and vile. Ning now finally understood why some people would personally go enter the arena. I didn't expect that Northmont Fox would be here today. If I did, I would never have allowed him to act so arrogantly for so long. Byway gritted his teeth, so hard that they were at the point of splintering. He was an incomparably proud person. How could he not be enraged after being mocked repeatedly? Brother Wuji, do you have any powerful retainers present? Byway looked towards Wuji. Wuji was like a young god of wealth. He often relied on betting duels to earn money. Naturally, he had some formidable retainers under his command. Nodding, he said, I do have a powerful retainer amongst the servants I brought today. However, I truly do not feel confident in his chances. That dire monster retainer which Northmont Fox brought out is a fiend god body refiner with a divine ability. He truly is extraordinary. Nin nodded as well. Monsters were powerful to begin with, and those who trained as fiend god body refiners were even tougher to deal with, much less those who also had divine abilities. Their combat power was at a level higher than even J-Child had been at. Generally speaking, those with such a great level of power would disdain from serving as retainers and engaging in betting duels. However, this person was a dire monster who had definitely been captured and tamed, thus, he must have been forced to obey the order to go take part in a betting duel. No matter what, let's give it a try, Byway said. Alright, Wuji nodded. Attend me. Byway called towards the servant outside, then waved his hand and produced 300 taels worth of marks, then tossed them over. Let's bet on a duel. The servant nodded. Soon, a black-robed cultivator entered the hall. He stared coldly towards his opponent, underwent the test, and was verified to also be at the peak Zifu level in power. Kill him. From far away, Northmont Fox let out a roar. That 6-meter-tall, azure-skinned and horned man stared at the black-robed cultivator, then roared, "You are dead." And then, it once more transformed into a towering, massive Monoceros, then executed its heavenly transformation divine ability and increased in size yet again, to 60 meters in height. Its entire body filled the area with a savage aura, causing the corners of the eyes of the black-robed cultivator to crease. A stupid cow. The black-robed cultivator let out a cold laugh. Whoosh! A black fog appeared out of nowhere in the area around them, filling the entire area, including that Monoceros. The only thing that could be seen within the black fog was an enormous, rainbow-colored serpentine phantom. Die, die, die! The enormous Monoceros wildly charged and trampled about. The black fog swirled around it, and the massive phantom serpent also coiled around the Monoceros, causing its body to crackle and pop. Its body was beginning to rot, and its bones quickly became visible. Bang bang bang, the Monoceros rampaged about, its power seemingly great enough to shatter the skies and overturn the mountains. No, I. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. Bang! An explosive sound, and the black fog dispersed, along with the illusion of a serpent. The enormous Monoceros stood there in the hall, vestiges of blood and gore visible beneath its feet. Its body was completely rotted away, and thick white bones could be seen on its back. Still, quite soon, in just a few breaths, its body completely healed. Northmont Byway. Is that all you have to show? Northmont Fox arrogantly mocked him yet again. I'm so very sorry, but your 300 taels of liquefied essence is now mine. I would now like to propose a challenge of 600 taels of liquefied essence. Dare you accept? Silence. Complete silence. The entire hall had fallen silent, and nobody said a thing. Although they weren't afraid of Northmont Fox, they truly didn't have any Zifu-level experts who were capable of battling that Monoceros monster. Everyone was waiting to see how Byway would respond. Within Ning's private room, Byway stared towards the outside, his gaze narrowing. 900 taels. I'll wager 900 taels on a bet with you. Dare you accept it? Northmont Fox was continuing to shout provocatively. He wanted to seize this opportunity to deeply humiliate his old foe. His father, Northmont Ning, strongly encouraged him to suppress Northmont Byway whenever Fox had the chance. Silence. Wuji didn't say anything. He didn't have any retainers who were more powerful than the monster. Byway's veins began to protrude from his face, and he muttered to himself, "Endure, endure, endure. Let me go." Ning suddenly rose to his feet. "I will go kill that rhinoceros monster." You? Wuji and Byway both stared towards Ning in astonishment. No way. Ning, if you train for a few more years, it will be simple for you to kill him, but you've only trained for 10 or so years to date, Byway said, shaking his head hurriedly. You can't take this risk. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He understood that Ning simply couldn't watch any longer, and wanted to fight on his behalf. Ning glanced at the outside. 900 taels of liquefied elemental essence? What he lacked the most right now was liquefied elemental essence. Upon killing the rhinoceros monster, he should acquire quite a bit of it. Don't worry. Killing him? Ning let out a chuckle. That will be as easy as killing a chicken. Wuji and Byway were both stunned. These words were simply too dominating. Fine. Then I'll bet against him. If we win, the liquefied elemental essence will be yours, brother Ning. Northmont Byway felt incomparably excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 10, The Monstrous Ning. Chapter 10, The Monstrous Ning. Brother Ning, you are willing to risk yourself for me. I truly don't know what Northmont Byway looked at Ning, then said hesitatingly, let's just forget it. Although Northmont Fox is going too far, it's not a big deal if we just endure it for a time. In the future, I'll just seek out an opportunity to avenge myself. When he recollected how savage that rhinoceros dire monster was, Byway was worried for Ning. No need to say anything further. The liquefied essence will go to me upon winning, right? That's enough, Ning said with a laugh. Byway opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Don't worry. I'm completely confident. Ning cracked his lips into a wide grin. Excellent. The nearby Hun Wuji looked at Ning. Brother Ning, we will wait here for you to drink with us when you return. Ning nodded, a fierce light flashing through his eyes. This time would be the first time he would reveal his power in Stillwater City. Since he had come to Stillwater City, then it was time for him to truly show off what a monstrous talent he was. Since he had already decided to join a school, and since there were so many elite members from many schools present, Ning had come to his decision. He was no longer going to hide himself and conceal his power. He had trained in seclusion in the Swallow Mountain region for 10 plus years. He had concealed enough. In Stillwater City, what he needed was reveal as much of his prowess and talent as he could. He needed for the various schools to view him as a priceless treasure. To make the various powers all view him as someone tremendously important. Only then would he be able to ascend beyond the clouds in the azure sky. If he was to embark on this path, then he would embark on this path as a genius. The path of a monstrous genius. A rhinoceros monster? Ning looked through the window towards that savage, massive rhinoceros dire monster. Nothing more than a stepping stone for me. Attend me. Baiwei once more summoned the servant, then handed over 900 taels. At the same time, he instructed her to take Ning to engage that rhinoceros in a duel. The maid looked in astonishment towards Ning. Within the hallway outside the room, she had seen for herself how savage and mighty that rhinoceros monster was. This delicate, handsome youth in front of her was going to battle against that rhinoceros monster? Yes. The maidservant didn't dare say anything. She immediately led Ning towards the outside. Brother Ji Ning, we shall wait here for your victorious return. Baiwei and Wuji both rose to their feet, watching as Ning left. Be careful. The whitewater hound, resting on the ground, rose to his feet as well as he looked at Ning. Still, the whitewater hound knew very well that Ning had killed a Depsuli with but a single stroke. Kill this rhinoceros monster? Ning shouldn't have any problems at all. Ning turned his head, glancing back towards him, then nodded. And then, Ning departed. Ning headed out through the hallway, following after the maidservant. There were some other attendants in the hallway as well. They all looked towards Ning, a mixture of curiosity, grief, sympathy, and pity in their eyes. As they saw it, this handsome, delicate youth was probably a retainer who was being sent to his certain death. Baiwei, are you quivering in fear? That deep voice once more called out mockingly. Northmont Fox, have that dire monster under your command prepare for death. Another voice, a clear one, rang out from the other room. In addition, Northmont Fox, let me tell you something. Even if you occasionally acquire a powerful retainer, you should be modest. The more arrogant you are, the more miserable your defeat will be. Bullshit. Northmont Fox instantly grew enraged. Northmont Baiwei just snickered. Shortly afterwards, you'll have to swallow your own pile of crap. The voices of the two young masters of the Northmont clan echoed in the air. As for Ning, he had already departed his corridor and arrived within the main hall. Oh, Northmont Baiwei actually has a subordinate he can send out? Can it be that he feels confident that his subordinate will be able to overcome that rhinoceros monster? A rainbow-clothed maiden looked downwards from her window. Someone dares to battle against that rhinoceros monster? Who is it? A white-robed young master looked downwards as well. The boy of universal fire, still gnawing on that bone, looked downwards as well. Although he had earlier been focusing on analyzing his new formation, the betting duels was the most lively part of the night, and they didn't go on for too long. Naturally, he elected to watch them as well. Who is it? I refuse to believe that he has a subordinate that can kill my rhinoceros monster. Northmont Fox stared downwards as well. All of them were staring towards that corridor, and soon, they all saw a youth dressed in fur enter the main hall, under the guidance of that maidservant. The youth had a smile on his face, as though this was not but a game. He is Ji Ning. Jolie, next to Fox, spoke out. That good friend of Northmont Baiwei's. Good friend? Fox instantly began to roar with laughter, and his voice filled the entire hall. Northmont Baiwei, do you truly have no subordinates left? You actually asked your good friend to personally enter the fray? As I recall, this friend of yours wanted to join the Skysplitter sword sect. A young fellow who was just about to enter a sword sect has actually come out to battle against this rhinoceros dire monster, who is in possession of a divine ability. He's throwing his life away. I'm so very sorry, but it seems your 900 tails will be mine, yet again. You laugh quite loudly, but you'll be crying soon enough, Baiwei said with a cold laugh of his own, off in the distance. The formidable figures within the private rooms all stared down at Ning. Upon hearing that Ning was Baiwei's friend, they all mused to themselves that given Baiwei accepted him as a friend, he must certainly have some extraordinary attributes. Although he appeared to be a youth, the younger one appeared to be, the more one needed to be wary of that person. Please come. Miss Z looked at Ning. This jewel is for testing your divine strength, while this one is for testing your elemental ki. Prior to the betting duel, you must have your basic level of power tested. It is absolutely forbidden for a Wanxiang adept to battle against a Zifu disciple, or something similar. If it does happen, then the carefree caverns will take the life of the cheater. Ning nodded. He immediately filled those two jewels with his crimson bright divine power, as well as his elemental ki. The two jewels radiated with light which was far weaker than the previous opponents had generated. The light that emanated from the elemental ki test was particularly dim. Miss Z looked towards Ning in surprise, then called out in high voice, the immortal practitioner who Northmont Baiwei has sent out is a dual refiner, both a ki refiner and a fiend god body refiner. As a fiend god body refiner, he is at the late Zifu stage. As a ki refiner, he is at the early Zifu stage. An uproar in the audience. Elemental ki at the early Zifu stage? Only a late stage fiend god body refiner? Not even at the peak of the Zifu stage, is he suicidal? This is insane. No wonder he wishes to enter a school, his elemental ki is only at the early Zifu stage. He is indeed a highly suitable candidate. The formidable figures seated above, upon hearing Ning's level of power in these two aspects, all began to shake their head and sigh. Prior to this, they had felt hopeful regarding Ning's chances of victories, but now, it seemed clear that the youth beneath them was throwing his life away. Activate the ceiling formation. Miss Z gave the order. Around them appeared the giant barrier of light. Ning gave the light barrier a glance, then at Northmont Fox, who was watching far away, up above them. Kid, you are dead for sure. Even if you have a slightly stronger fiend god body refining technique, you are only at the late Zifu stage. You actually want to compete against the rhinoceros monster I command? You are committing suicide. You probably won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Fox was incomparably brash right now. Just prepare your second opponent for me, Ning said with a laugh. Northmont Fox was startled momentarily, but then he bellowed with rage, such audacity. Monoceros, go and kill this punk. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. In the private rooms above them, Wuji and Baiwei were feeling concern for Ning, while Fox was hoping for Ning's death. Others were all watching this play out with amusement. Still, in their hearts, they felt that Ning's chances for survival were simply too slim. Bang! The 6-meter-tall, azure-skinned, horned man instantly transformed into an enormous monoceros. Immediately afterwards, its entire body began to emit a blurry light as it once more transformed, this time into a 60-meter-tall colossus. It had already completely executed its heavenly transformation technique to the utmost. Its current level of power and speed could be described as incomparably astonishing. Prepare to die. The rhinoceros monster galloped forward, its enormous legs causing the hall to tremble with each step. As for Ning, 2 dark north swords appeared out of nowhere into his hands. Bang! The giant rhinoceros monster instantly charged towards Ning, its enormous hooves slamming and crushing down towards Ning, but missing each time. Whoosh! The dark north swords in Ning's hands transformed into lines of rainwater, slashing past one of the giant hooves. Instantly, blood splattered out, falling down like the rain. One of the rear hooves of the rhinoceros had been completely severed. It had been charging at high speed forward, and it instantly collapsed to the ground, its momentum carrying it to roll forward and slam directly against the grand ceiling formation. Rumble! A colossal, mountain-shaking collision. Even the grand ceiling formation trembled, a few ripples appear as it blocked the monoceros monster which had lost a leg. The female attendants outside the grand ceiling formation, along with Miss Z, had been badly startled upon seeing the monoceros charge towards them. They knew, rationally, that it couldn't touch them, but they still took a few steps back. The rear hoof of the monoceros flew straight towards it, once more connecting with the trunk. Growl! The monoceros rose to its feet, staring at Ning, a hint of dread and nervousness in its eyes. Silence! All of the private rooms above them had fallen silent. Fox's eyes were wide as he stared downwards. Everyone could easily tell who held the advantage. Given how massive the monoceros monster was, its hooves were enormous, yet tremendously quick. It was actually extremely hard to dodge its trampling attacks, but Ning had done so easily. Clearly, Ning's agility was exceptionally formidable, far above that of the monoceros. In addition, and more importantly, Ning's swordplay was particularly powerful as well. In addition to the magic treasure protecting the body of the monoceros, after using the heavenly transformation technique, the body of the monoceros was incomparably tough. And yet, its rear hoof had been chopped out with one blow? The power of this sword technique was absolutely. What no one realized was that Ning's divine will was controlling his Dark North sword. At this point in time, Ning's divine will was actually a bit more stronger than even the power of a peak Zifu stage fiend god body refiner. When matched with the Dao domain level of swordplay and executed with the Dark North swords, which were more powerful than ordinary mortal ranked magic treasures to begin with, how could the power of the blows not be astonishing? Aren't you going to admit defeat yet? Ning glanced at the distant, towering figure of the monoceros. There was a huge difference in size between the two, but at this point in time, the monoceros aura was clearly far feebler. Admit defeat? It isn't so easy to kill a fiend god body refiner. Even if you chopped me 100 times, I wouldn't die. The monoceros was entering a berserk state. Kill him, kill him! Northmount Fox roared from above, and the monoceros raised its head, glancing at him. Don't worry, master. The monoceros stared straight at Ning, its eyes seeming to emit flames. Since this is the case, then I will send you on your way. Ning held his Dark North swords in his hands, leisurely strolling forward. Growl, the monoceros bellowed, once more charging towards Ning, its savage aura filling the heavens and seeming to contain the power to topple the mountains. As long as he could step on, strike, or even brush against Ning, Ning's body would probably explode. Unfortunately, in terms of technique and comprehension, the difference between the two was simply too great. Die, Ning said. His entire body transformed into a line of rainwater and slashed outwards. Whoosh, the thick neck of the monoceros monster was slashed through. Ning flew upwards past him as blood sprayed wildly everywhere. The body and the head of the monoceros had been completely cut into two pieces. Water flame lotuses. Ning willed it. Boom, dot. After having reached a new level of power as a fiend god refiner, the amount of fire and water Ning could control had clearly increased significantly. If he was to reach the celestial fiend god level, then most likely his control over fire and water alone would be enough for him to easily slaughter a primal Taoist, without him needing to use any other techniques. One water flame lotus after another appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding area, slowly swiveling. Each one of them were at least 30 meters in diameter. In total, 12 water flame lotuses had bloomed. As for the monoceros which had just been decapitated by Ning, its body and its head were still in two locations. Its head fell between two water flame lotuses and was instantly ground down by them. The water flame lotuses continuously swiveled, crushing and destroying its body. The completely defenseless head was completely crushed into smithereens, but even after transforming into dust, it continued to be assaulted. As for the other 10 loti, they surrounded the entire enormous body of the monoceros. Although there were parts of it that weren't completely surrounded, there was no way for the remaining parts of it to reform into a whole in this situation. Grind! Ning stood there, within the enormous hall. His 12 giant water-flame lotuses bloomed, and the petals of the lotuses swiveled, wildly grinding down the enormous body of the Monoceros, slaughtering it and preventing it from reforming. Naturally, this meant it didn't have a chance to admit defeat either. This scene, both bloody and beautiful, caused the entire hall to fall silent. Ning just stood there, and then, he raised his head to look towards Northmont Fox. "I told you to prepare a second subordinate." Ning laughed calmly, as casual and as relaxed as he had been when he first entered the hall. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 7, Chapter 11, The Battle Which Brought Fame. Chapter 11, The Battle Which Brought Fame. Excellent. Back in the private room, Northmont Baiwei's face was red from excitement. By his side was Hunwuji, and his eyes were also filled with shock and delight. "I truly didn't expect that Brother Ji Ning would be able to execute that rhinoceros monster with such ease," Wuji said. "Those movements, that swordplay, he is truly inconceivable." Baiwei nodded hurriedly. "Formidable." Baiwei was grinning so widely that his face threatened to split apart. He immediately shouted loudly, "Northmont Fox, I told you earlier that you were spouting crap. Now, you'll have to swallow your crap back down." Northmont Fox's face was ashen. Both the actions of the seemingly ordinary youth below him as well as the words of Baiwei caused his heart to clench. He felt extremely miserable. How formidable! What formidable swordplay! Young Master Chu stared downwards. He was able to effortlessly execute that rhinoceros monster? Was that a divine ability? Or pure swordplay? A black-robed youth frowned as he stared down towards the hall. The boy of universal fire, that child who appeared 6 or 7 years old and who had a golden necklace around his neck, had a look of deep contemplation on his face. He stared downwards at Ning, in the hall beneath him. That sword technique, such power. It shouldn't be a divine ability. Given how miraculous his swordcraft is, can it be that he has already reached the Dao domain realm? That seems unlikely, he's merely a Zifu disciple. It's rather unlikely that he could have reached such a high level of comprehension. But that sword. Can it be that I was seeing things? Although there were quite a few formidable figures present, Ning had executed his sword technique too quickly. Only the boy of universal fire had been able to just get a vague sense that perhaps Ning had reached the Dao domain level in swordplay, but even he didn't dare to feel confident about it. The grand ceiling formation vanished. The immortal practitioner which Northmont Baiwei sent out was victorious. Miss Z called out in a clear voice, and then she looked towards Baiwei. "Are you willing to continue accepting further betting duels?" "Yes." Ning, standing near her, spoke out instead of Baiwei. Baiwei, within his private room up above, was startled. He hurriedly sent to Ning, "Brother Ji Ning, you wish to continue?" Ning sent back, "As long as Northmont Fox is willing to send someone out, then we'll keep betting against him. Don't worry. It's already quite incredible that he was able to send out a rhinoceros monster. I imagine it will be quite hard for him to send out anything more powerful. And, even if he does, I am confident in being able to kill it. As for the stakes, you can add the 900 taels of liquefied elemental essence I won on top of the stakes as well." Ning's mentally transmitted voice was filled with absolute confidence. He himself had already actively told Fox to prepare a second person. How could he choose to retreat now? "Fine." Baiwei's eyes lit up. "Northmont Fox, my good brother, Ji Ning, is down there awaiting your challenge. Weren't you bragging quite fiercely earlier? As for the stakes, I'm willing to accept 900 taels, or even 1800 taels. I'm just afraid that you aren't." Baiwei snickered as he spoke, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. The words Baiwei had said, as well as the manner in which he had said them, when matched with that look in his eyes, these things instantly caused the distant Fox to be utterly enraged. His face turned red and swollen. Northmont Fox's face looked ghastly. He glanced at several of his nearby friends, then said in a low growl, "I've suffered such humiliation, I am definitely going to slaughter that one named Ning." Jolie shook his head and said, "To kill Ning, that will be hard. This person's agility techniques are shocking, and his swordplay is exceedingly formidable. Even the rhinoceros monster who had used a divine ability was executed. He isn't completely flawless." Another person nearby, a blue-robed, middle-aged man, spoke out. "His divine ability is merely at the late Zifu stage, and his elemental key is only at the early Zifu stage. His abilities as a key refiner are so weak as to be negligible, he's only able to bring out his close-quarters combat techniques in a fight. Thus, as long as you prevent him from drawing nearby, you'll have won half the battle." Northmont Fox's eyes lit up. Right. This Ning was only skilled in close combat. As long as one didn't let him draw near, then his defeat would be nigh. "Attend me," Northmont Fox immediately commanded. "Have the White Witch come." Fox said to his nearby friends, "This White Witch was offered to me by the White Warlock sect. I had planned on enjoying her slowly, but after suffering such humiliation, I can't be bothered with personal enjoyment. Although this White Witch is somewhat weaker than the rhinoceros monster, she perfectly counters this Ning." The White Warlock sect? Everyone nearby, Jolie included, was stunned. The White Warlock sect, this wasn't a sect that was located within Stillwater Commandery. It currently desired to be permitted into Stillwatery Commandery, and it had offered a witch to Northmont Fox as a tactic. Jolie and the others naturally didn't dare to say too much about this matter. Soon, a barefoot woman walked in. She was dressed in a white robe that was hemmed with flowery patterns, and had long black hair that fell to her buttocks. She had a pair of dazzling, bewitching eyes, and she exuded an indescribable magnetism. Her gaze was fixed upon Northmont Fox's figure, and Fox felt a fire build in his loins as well. What an exceptional specimen! Fox ground his teeth, then said, "White Witch, your White Warlock sect gave you to me. Your life, your everything, it all belongs to me. Your slave understands. Your slave belongs entirely to you, Lord." The White Witch responded in a soft voice, so gentle it seemed to be caressing his heart. Fox nodded. "That kid named Ning, standing there in the hall below us, killed that rhinoceros monster under my command. Now, I have a feeling of rage that I must give vent to. I order you to go kill this Ning." "Your slave is to go kill Ning?" The White Witch, who had been calm this entire time, was instantly stunned. Previously, she had been with the other servants in the other private room. Through the window, they had watched everything happen below them. She knew exactly how formidable this Ning was. She knew that in terms of power, she was quite a bit weaker than even the Monoceros. As for Ning, she had no confidence in being able to defeat him at all. When the White Warlock sect had sent her here, they had done so in order for her to entice and mesmerize Northmont Fox. HRM? Fox frowned. "Are you not going to go? Then what's the point of keeping you?" "No." In her heart, the White Witch secretly cursed this man, who was of the primary lineage of the Northmont clan, for his viciousness. She hurriedly said, "Young master, it isn't that your slave isn't willing. It is that your slave doesn't feel there is any chance of killing this Ning. Your slave personally witnessed him killing the rhinoceros monster." Fox shook his head. "You don't need to worry about this. This Ning is extremely weak as a key refiner, his only strength lies in his close combat abilities. So long as you can make him unable to draw near you, you will definitely win. As I recall, you have a secret binding skill that is extremely formidable." The White Witch gritted her teeth. That was a technique that was meant for pleasure on the bed. When she and Northmont Fox had been making love, she had once made it so that her hair had rapidly lengthened, then tied herself up with it. At that time, while they were lovemaking, Northmont Fox had even asked her about her technique, and she had naturally bragged about it. Who would have imagined that the end result was this? You are skilled in constricting your foes. In addition, your White Warlock sect is most famous for your venomous bugs. Amongst them, your technique of body-birthing bugs are particularly famous, Northmont Fox said. The White Witch's face turned ashen. The body-birthing bugs? This was indeed a technique of the White Warlock sect that made others terrified upon hearing of it, but if she were to execute it, if she was lucky, she would only suffer severe damage to her elemental ki, but if she was slightly less lucky, she would die. The White Witch stared at Northmont Fox. She understood that this Northmont Fox fully intended to have her fight to her death, if that was what was needed to kill Ning. You can choose to go. Or, you can choose death. Northmont Fox's voice was cold. The White Witch gritted her teeth. Your slave shall go. Good. Fox nodded. The skills of your White Warlock sect perfectly counter him. You still have a chance at surviving. Go to the hall and kill Ning. All right. The White Witch immediately turned and left, her body swaying. As Northmont Fox watched her depart, a lecherous light flashed through his eyes. He let out a low sigh. What a waste of a beauty. Still, there are plenty of beauties in the world. This Ning, however, must die. I have to give vent to my rage. He turned to stare through the window towards Ning, his eyes filled with savagery now. Northmont Byway. You just won 900 taels, but now you are going to give them back to me? Fine. I'll bet against you again and have you send me those 900 taels back to me. Within the hall. Ning stood there by himself, a hint of a faint smile on his face. He was calm and unflappable. Since he had already decided to reveal his fierceness, how could a single battle be enough? Ning looked forward. From a staircase up ahead, a barefoot, white-robed woman came striding down, her long black hair falling to her buttocks. Her swaying motion as she walked was filled with allure. She has come to fight me? Ning frowned, puzzled. This woman seems to be more suited for seduction. The White Witch walked to the jewels in the corner, filling them with her elemental ki. Miss Z called out in a high voice, the Immortal practitioner which young Master Fox has sent out is a peak Zifu level ki refiner. Just a ki refiner? A ki refiner is at a disadvantage to begin with when facing a fiend god body refiner. She actually dares to come? Ning pondered for a moment. She must have a special technique. Although he was merely at the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, as a ki refiner, the jewel served as a test for the purity and density of the divine power within his body, then determined his level. Since ancient times to the present day, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens had always been the #1 fiend god body refining technique. Although Ning was only at the 7th stage, the purity of his divine power truly was comparable to a late fiend god refiner. Boom! The grand ceiling formation once more lit up. Within the enormous barrier of light, only Ning and the White Witch remained. A lady of a sect of warlocks, filled with allure. A handsome, delicate-looking fur-clad youth. I was forced to come. Please show mercy. The White Witch bowed slightly. Ning just smiled. He didn't say anything. Whoosh! Suddenly, every single strand of the White Witch's long black hair, previously waist-long, emanated with a devilish red light. Instantly, that long hair began to grow rapidly, and an instant later, it filled the air. Countless strands of black hair swept all-encompassingly towards Ning. Not good. Byway, in the private room above, was shocked. If Ning is caught and bound, he will be in trouble. Wuji was nervous as well. Ning is skilled in close combat. His elemental ki is only at the early Zifu stage, the power with which he can control magic treasures is simply too weak. Ning stared at the all-encompassing strands of hair, but just revealed a smile. He knew what his opponent's ability was, now. So she wants to bind me. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the area around them, rainwater appeared out of nowhere. The rain was very light. When landing on someone, it felt cool, refreshing, and comfortable. The countless drops of rainwater instantly filled the entire grand ceiling formation. Layered water walls. Ning's gaze was focused on the black hair sweeping towards him. Instantly, one layer after another of incomparably sturdy curtains of water began to condense. In the past half year, Ning had developed the Rainwater Sutra, and he had indeed risen quite a bit in terms of comprehension and insight. The power of the rainwater of his rainwater sword domain had risen the most, and Ning had furthermore spent a great deal of time focusing on these curtains of water. In fact, he had focused on developing this layered watered walls technique, and in terms of intricacy, it was nearly comparable to the rainline technique, except it was meant to pressure and bind his foes. The countless strands of black hair strove to draw close to Ning, but the layers of watery curtains were incomparably durable and entangling. This technique of the White Witches was meant to be used for pleasure on the bed, while it was exceptionally strong in terms of binding power. In terms of the innate penetrating power of those strands of hair, it was very weak. There was no way it could pass through the layered water walls. Those countless strands of hair flailed in midair, effortlessly blocked by the layered water walls. Rainwater's sword domain. The boy of universal fire rose to his feet as well. He tossed that bone to the side of the table, staring down at Ning. Dao domain. Rainwater. Rainwater sword domain, a Zifu disciple who has a Dao domain? All of the formidable figures who had been calmly watching this battle were now shocked. For someone who was merely at the Zifu disciple level to have reached the Dao domain level, this was something out of the legends. None of them had been this powerful at the Zifu disciple level. A Zifu disciple capable of comprehending a Dao domain? Oh no, oh no! So many people are watching here today. When word of this spreads, if the sect learns that a monstrous genius such as him was refused entrance because of me, I will be in trouble. Jolie, next to Northmont Fox, had an ugly look on his face. The emergence of the rainwater sword domain had shocked everyone. As for Ning, he stood in the hall, as calm as ever. Admit defeat. I'll give you a path to survival. Ning stood there, surrounded by rainwater. He glanced at the distant White Witch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 12, The Pebble That Aroused a Thousand-Story Wave. Chapter 12, The Pebble That Aroused a Thousand-Story Wave. The White Witch, upon seeing Ning display the might of his rainwater sword domain, felt her heart instantly turn icy cold. A path to survival? What path to survival do I have? She immediately began to activate the secret technique of her sect within her body. All of the elemental ki in her blood, flesh, and essence began to condense, and her entire body began to emit a bloody glow. Deep within her Zifu, 12 goo bugs that were hidden there began to move about. The bugs within the bug nest she kept on her also began to move. Alas! The distant Ning shook his head. It seemed as though this woman was being forced by Northmont Fox to fight to the death. Ning immediately prepared to execute his Waterflame Lotus, planning to send this woman directly to the Yellow Springs. But suddenly, we admit defeat. A deep voice rang out. Eh? Ning raised his head, glancing over in astonishment. Northmont Fox, up in his private room, appeared very calm. He even grinned towards Ning. I didn't expect that today I would have the chance to see a genius such as young Master Ning. You are merely an early-stage Zifu disciple, and yet you've already comprehended a Dao domain. Admirable, admirable. I, Northmont Fox, am wholeheartedly convinced by my defeat at the hands of young Master Ning. The White Witch stared in astonishment towards Northmont Fox as well. She knew exactly how savage and wild Fox had been previously. He had insisted on her going all out to kill Ning. But now, in the blink of an eye, before she had even lost Fox had admitted defeat? In this battle, she represented Fox, and Fox was the one doing the betting. Thus, upon his admission of defeat, the battle ended. Whoosh! The long black hair of the White Witch quickly retracted, changing from 300 meters to its normal waist-high length. Young Master Ning was victorious, Miss Z instantly called out in a high voice. The way in which she had referred to Ning had changed. Previously, she had referred to him as the immortal practitioner who Northmont Byway sent out, but now, she directly referred to him as young Master Ning. This was because she knew very well what it meant for a Zifu disciple to gain insight into a Dao domain. The Dao domain was a level which only primal Daoists were generally able to reach. For a Zifu disciple to be able to comprehend a Dao domain, anyone capable of this was a truly monstrous talent, or perhaps even a major power who had reincarnated. Based on what she had heard regarding people like this, so long as they survived, they would train in the finest of key refining techniques, and there was no question that they would become primal Daoists. If it was said that she treated Northmont Byway and Northmont Fox with care, due to their family background, she now treated this Ning with the same care due to his innate, terrifying talent. It must be understood. Primal Daoists were truly influential figures. If one then ascended to become an immortal, even the Marquis 8 of Stillwater would actively reach out to befriend that person. Such a person would be capable of influencing the major powers of Stillwater Commandery. A monstrous talent like Ning, so long as he survived, he would have a 100% chance of becoming a primal Daoist. As for becoming an immortal, the chances for that were extremely high as well. Young Master Ning, are you going to continue with another betting duel? Miss Z smiled towards Ning, and as a fox spirit, her smile was dazzlingly bewitching. Haha, after young Master Ning revealed his Dao domain, who would dare battle him, There's no way for us to find another Zifu disciple who has comprehended a Dao domain. Anyone we send would definitely lose. Let the betting duels come to an end. The spirit fruit wine for this series of betting duels shall go to young Master Byway and young Master Ning. Laughter rang out from each of the private rooms. Since they didn't have any grudge against Ning, why would they wish to offend a monstrous talent like him? Although these people were elites amongst their various sects, and although many were Wanshang adepts, it was still quite hard for Wanshang adepts to leap to the primal Daoist level. Actually, they still weren't even aware that Ning's soul had already reached the divine sense level. If they did, they probably would be completely speechless. It must be understood that by relying on his rainwater sword domain and divine sense, Ning had passed even the divine abilities trial left behind by Daoist 3 lives, once of the most ancient of individuals who had been born when the cosmos were first created. Thus, he had acquired the star-seizing hand. But of course, Ning knew that the amount of talent he had displayed today was enough. The divine ability, star-seizing hand, he definitely couldn't reveal it to anyone. If he did, he would be courting death. Of course, he could still use it, after all. Given the monstrous talent he had already revealed, even if he unleashed an attack that exceeded the expectations of others, onlookers would come up with their own explanations, such as Ning having learned some sort of a special divine ability, or being in possession of a very unique magic treasure, or that his level of comprehension was very high. In short, it was normal for a monstrous talent like him to reveal monstrous levels of power. Young Master Ning. Northmont Fox was in his distant room, a smile on his face. He called out in high voice, Northmont Byway and I have always been at loggerheads. Previously, I offended you, but it wasn't because of you, young Master Ning. What I did to take aim at Northmont Byway. Still, I did offend you, and I hope you will pardon me for that. At the same time, I would like to warn you, young Master Ning, that Northmont Byway is a two-faced tiger. He's quite the faker. Don't be fooled by him. Ning raised his head, giving him a glance. What a Northmont Fox! Formidable! Previously, he had acted with such red-eyed bravado and arrogance, but now, after seeing Ning display his rainwater sword domain, it was as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, waking him up. He thus immediately stated that his earlier actions were directed towards Northmont Byway, so as to ease the tensions between him and Ning. At the same time, he also tried to disrupt the relationship between Ning and Bai Wei. And, young Master Ji Ning, if you wish to enter the Skysplitter Sword sect, there will be absolutely no problems at all. Fox laughed as he spoke. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly stated that Ning could forget about ever joining the Skysplitter Sword sect, but in the blink of an eye, he had changed his tune. Ning mused to himself that one truly couldn't underestimate any of the young masters of the Marquis 8. Northmont Fox, you truly are shamelessly thick-faced. As for entering a school? Given the talents of my brother, Ji Ning, he can enter any school he wishes. Bai Wei immediately began to laugh. As for you trying to stir up strife between us, everyone in Stillwater City knows of your reputation, and everyone also knows what sort of a person I, Northmont Bai Wei, am. Only after spending much time with a person will you understand their heart. You two-faced tiger, do you think I can't see straight through your facade? Fox let out a cold laugh. Bai Wei shook his head. Oh? Then I'll just wait for you to see through. Suddenly, a figure shot out from one of the private rooms through the window, moving as fast as a streak of light. The grand ceiling formation had already been dispersed, and the figure flew directly towards Ning. Eh? Ning glanced at this woman. She seemed to be roughly 10 years old, and was innately endowed with a noble grace. Young Master Ji Ning, my name is Hu Shui. My grandfather is the leader of the Thousand Rivers School. Given your talent, young Master Ji Ning, as long as you are willing to enter our Thousand Rivers School, I imagine that even the immortal ancestor of our Thousand Rivers School would be willing to accept you as a disciple. The beautiful, lithe maiden with hairpins in her hair laughed as she spoke, and her voice was so pleasant to the ear. Ning glanced in surprise at this young woman named Hu Shui. Thousand Rivers School? What school was this? He had never heard of it before. He had to admit, though, the number of schools within Stillwater Commandery that he knew of could be counted on one hand. He came from Swallow Mountain, and his experience was rather lacking. Miss Hu Shui, your Thousand Rivers School, in our Stillwater Commandery, isn't even ranked in the top 10. You wish for young Master Ji Ning to join your Thousand Rivers School? Ha, aren't you being a bit presumptuous? A black-robed man flew down as well. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another immediately flew down, and even Northmont Bai Wei and Hunwuji flew down as well. Bai Wei hurriedly said to Ning, Ji Ning, for now, don't agree to enter any of these schools. All right. Ning also understood the principle of not acting impetuously or with haste. Stillwater Commandery had many schools, and the relationships between the various alliances and schools could be very complex. Choosing a school, for him, was a major affair. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Ning immediately looked at all of the powerful figures. Only some of them were from branches of major schools, others included members of tribes and sections. Some just wanted to make friends with Ning. A heroic figure like him, why wouldn't they want to befriend him? As for being jealous? Perhaps in their hearts, they felt a hint of jealousy towards him, but they all understand that Stillwater Commandery was filled with countless geniuses. If they kept on feeling jealous of this one or that one, then they might as well not bother training to becoming immortals at all. Everyone, Ning said hurriedly, I've just arrived at Stillwater Commandery a short time ago. Joining a school is a major affair, and I must consider it carefully. I'm unable to come to a clear decision in such a short period of time. Ah, true. One cannot be rash with regards to such a major affair. Young Master Ji Ning, I am Meng Shan of the Meng clan. Young Master Ji Ning. All of them began to chat conversationally. Immortal practitioners had astonishingly good memories, and so Ning quickly learned and memorized everyone's names. In truth, there were many figures who hadn't revealed themselves prior to this. Ning now met them one by one, and only now did he truly understand that Stillwater Commandery was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ji Ning? Swordplay? The boy of universal fire said a few words with Ning as well, then departed. While leading his servant to leave the carefree caverns, he furrowed his brows, pondering to himself about Ning. Since he chose to reincarnate in Stillwater Commandery, if he is the reincarnation of a major power, then in his previous life, he should have been living within Stillwater Commandery as well. But in the past few decades, I haven't heard of any major powers who were skilled in swordplay who entered the cycle of reincarnation. Even if they reincarnated, their immortal friends should be here to welcome them. Why would they voluntarily wish to join a school? Can it be that an error occurred in the reincarnation process, and that in his past life, he didn't live in our Stillwater Commandery? Or is there some other reason? The boy of universal fire continued to ponder this question. As a reincarnated immortal, he hadn't been living for particularly long in this life. His recollections of his previous life were still hazy and indistinct. Every so often, a memory would flash past his mind, or he might suddenly feel that something was very familiar to him. Although his memories from his past life had yet to completely awaken, his ability to comprehend formations and understand the Tao had risen at an astonishing speed. Clearly, he was benefiting from the hidden memories from his past life. As his strength grew, his memories would become increasingly clear, until one day, he would completely regain his past memories. But of course, there were also some truly major powers who would directly awaken their memories, but that was extremely difficult. Northmont Fox also went up to say a few words to Ning. He verbally sparred with Baiwei as well, and then led his group of servants to depart. Within his carriage, Fox sat there by himself. He was frowning. He was thinking back to everything that had happened within the carefree caverns, starting from the very first words he exchanged with Baiwei. He thought very carefully. Fighting against Northmont Baiwei is one thing. How did this Ning get involved? It seems as though this person has tremendous potential. In the future, he might be influential enough to affect the major powers of Stillwater Commandery, and even the question of whether or not my father will be able to become the Marquis of Stillwater. Fox frowned as he continued to ponder this matter. There were actually quite a few potential candidates within the Northmont clan for the position of the next Marquis. The more powerful one was, the more supporters one would have. Naturally, the greater one's chances would then be of becoming the next Marquis of Stillwater. Ugh! Northmont Baiwei actually encountered a monster like him. His luck is too damn good. Fox gritted his teeth, then shook his head. Ning bade Hun Wuji farewell, then followed Northmont Baiwei to the 9-star Immortal carriage once more. Within the carriage, the Whitewater Hound was lying to the side, while Baiwei and Ning were both seated. Baiwei's face was all smiles, and he was incomparably delighted. He hurriedly said, Ning, the rainwater sword domain you displayed this time truly stunned everyone present. You didn't see the way Northmont Fox's face instantly changed. I understand this punk quite well. Although he's vicious and arrogant, he can also change his attitude very quickly. This is one of his rare strengths. For now, stay with me. My estate has many places reserved for guests. This time, you've truly made a name for yourself. There were many people there within the carefree caverns, and news of this battle of yours will quickly spread to quite a few schools and sections. There will definitely also be many who will wish for a genius such as yourself to join them. If you stay in my place, you won't be disturbed. Tomorrow, I'll prepare an intelligence report for you which will introduce you to all of the larger powers within Stillwater Commandery. Naturally, this will also include information on the various schools. You can make a good choice based on it. Nin nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you for that, Brother Baiwei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 13, Northmont Black Tiger. Chapter 13, Northmont Black Tiger. It was already late at night. The light of the crescent moon shone down upon this giant, ancient city. Within it was a 9-star immortal carriage, wreathed in fiery flames, which was entering the Northmont Black Tiger estate. Young master! Young master! The late night guards all called out towards the carriage respectfully. Northmont Byway led Ning, the Whitewater Hound, and his maidservant out of the carriage, and then the 9-star immortal carriage, without anyone controlling it, entered the estate on its own. "Let's go," Byway said with a smile, leading them forward. Ning looked around carefully. The door they were entering was a side door. How large! As they moved forward, the scenery continuously changed, and there were pavilions and buildings everywhere. Everything was unspeakably beautiful. An estate more than 10 kilometers in circumference, this can compare with some of the cities I saw in my past life on Earth. Come into this garden. This place is where all of our guests stay. Byway was striding forward atop a series of lotus petals which formed a path over a large pool of water. There were also all sorts of fishes around them, and beneath the water there were some luminous pearls. The light from them caused the entire pool to seem like a jade lake for immortals. Within one of the quiet, private courtyards. Brother Ning, you can rest here for a period of time. Generally speaking, schools take on new students in the 12th lunar month, Byway said with a laugh. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a book detailing the various major powers of Stillwater Commandery to be brought to you. You can choose carefully, and you can also often come out for a stroll and listen to the conversations going on in the outside world. Only then should you decide which school to join. Laughing, Ning nodded. Byway continued, "All right, it is quite late, and I won't disturb you any further. If there is anything you need, just instruct the servants. I will leave now." This residence was clearly meant for entertaining guests. It was quite large and quite roomy, and there were 5 buildings within this residence itself, along with 12 servants that could be summoned at any time, all of them beautiful, flower-like women. Young master. The 12 maidservants all bowed. Their leader was a tall, willowy Scientian lifeform. "Prepare my bath for me," Ning instructed. "When bathing, I do not wish to be disturbed." "Yes." The tall, willowy woman acknowledged his commands. Almost all immortal cultivators possessed extremely good self-control. Even those who were lustful would only view women as a form of enjoyment. For example, even someone like Northmont Fox would order the White Witch to her death when he felt it was necessary. A short time later. Within the room. Within an enormous bathtub made from slick, polished rock. Hot air steamed everywhere. Ning lay there within the bathtub, head resting against a pillow. By his hands was a tray of fruit and wine. "Ning, son." The Whitewater Hound, resting next to the bathtub, glanced at Ning. "You shocked everyone today with your exploits, and did so in the Carefree Caverns, one of the top entertainment venues of the entire Stillwater Commandery. This news will surely spread quickly. Did you do this with the intention of?" "Right. I intended to shock everyone today," Ning said. "The only people I truly have grudges against belong to Snowdragon Mountain. There are no problems between myself and the various other major powers. A monstrously talented youth whom they have no grudges against, who had just reached the early Zifu stage who wishes to join a sect, they will do anything they can to get me to join their schools, or to befriend me. As for my sole enemy, Snowdragon Mountain, I don't know if they are still paying attention to me. Even if they are, I am currently within the Northmont Black Tiger estate. There is nothing they can do to me," Ning said. "Right." The Whitewater Hound nodded. "If my predictions are correct," Ning said solemnly, "perhaps tomorrow, Byway's father, Northmont Black Tiger, will come to pay a personal visit to me." Ning's divine sense was exceptionally sensitive. He knew right away that there weren't any eavesdropping tools or monitoring tools here. This was a place for receiving guests. If guests were to discover that they were being monitored, then it would cause tremendous problems. Northmont Black Tiger naturally wouldn't act in such a manner. Within a dark space. A tall, muscular, bald man dressed in a black uniform was seated in the lotus position atop a fiery red boulder. Slither, a giant black serpent, more than 300 meters long, coiled around this dark region. This giant black creature looked like a serpent, but upon taking a closer glance, one would find that it was completely formed from black flames. Its scales, fangs, and body were all formed from countless black flames. The black flames swirled around this area, and the head of the serpent was close to that of the bald man. Eh? The black uniformed bald man frowned, then opened his eyes. His gaze was like thunder, striking fear into the hearts of men. Whoosh! He exhaled, and instantly, the black flaming serpent around him transformed into countless black flames, wildly surged into his mouth. He swallowed it all into his stomach. By way. Come in. The bald, black uniformed maid gave the order. Kriawalk. A door appeared in this dark space, and Byway walked in. He said respectfully, "Father, I have news." This person was the awe-inspiring potential candidate to be the next Marquis of Stillwater, Northmont Black Tiger. Someone whose power was truly capable of shaking the heavens. Speak, Northmont Black Tiger glanced disdainfully out of the corner of his eyes at his son. Byway instantly recounted with great clarity today's events at the Carefree Caverns. Black Tiger, hearing this, frowned. The reincarnation of a major power? Black Tiger mused to himself, if he is a reincarnated immortal, he should have been received by his friends from his former life long ago. Why would he choose to enter a school? Byway just waited to the side quietly. Byway, Black Tiger nodded lightly. It is good that you can make a friend like him. Tomorrow, I will go visit him. It's late. Go get some rest. Yes, Byway said, then immediately left this dark space. Within the darkness, Black Tiger continued to ponder, a considering look in his eyes. The various schools, clans, sects, and fiend gods, I haven't heard of anyone entering the cycle of reincarnation in the past 20 or so years. However, for this person to have reached such a level at such a young age, even if he isn't the reincarnation of a major figure, he must have encountered some sort of incredible stroke of karmic luck. Whoosh! Black Tiger no longer considered this matter. He opened his mouth, and countless flames charged out from it, quickly forming that enormous serpent of black flames around him once more. This giant serpent seemed to be quite comfortable within this dark region. The next morning, the golden crow hung high in the sky, its light covering the entire Stillwater City. Within Stillwater City's Northmont Black Tiger estate. Within the residence where Ning was currently located. He was seated in front of a table which was covered with fruits and wine. Ning's fingers were outstretched in a plucking manner, and between them was hanging a water flame lotus that was constantly swiveling. Water, fire, wind, Ning mused softly to himself. Water flame lotus, this is formed from 3 different types of the true meaning of the Tao, that of fire, water, and wind. They condense and form it. With regards to water, I have comprehended my rainwater sword domain, but am somewhat weaker in fire and wind. Ning stared at his fingers and the water flame lotus swiveling between them. He focused on the mysteries contained within, slowly gaining greater insight into them. At his current level of insight, with but a thought, he could begin to touch the Tao. Suddenly, a maidservant ran over from far away. The water flame lotus between Ning's fingers disappeared into thin air. Young master, Byway sends word. He will immediately come to visit you, along with the master of the estate. The maidservant's face was filled with nervousness. The master of the estate? Ning frowned, then immediately rose to his feet. All right. I understand. You can leave now. Yes. The maidservant immediately left. The master of the estate? Northmont Black Tiger? So he really did come. Although Ning's will and resolve was firm, in the face of this potential next Marquis of Stillwater, he still felt an invisible pressure. The whitewater hound that had been lying next to him stood up as well. "Come," Ning said. "Let's go welcome him." He immediately led the whitewater hound towards the doorway. But as soon as he arrived at the doorway, he saw three figures appear in the distance. The person walking in the center was a bald man in a black uniform who appeared extremely heroic and imposing. This bald man's eyes seemed to be as deep as the abyss, and as he slowly walked over, it seemed as though he was one with the surrounding universe. An invisible, majestic presence swept towards Ning, making Ning feel as though he couldn't even breathe. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Ning looked at this person, but in his heart, he had an inexplicable feeling of tremendous danger impending. Ning could tell that it wasn't because he was in imminent danger, rather, it was that the person before him simply posed far too great of a threat to him, and was most likely capable of instantly killing him without giving him the chance to resist at all. So he is Northmont Black Tiger? How could his aura be so powerful and so dominating? Ning was secretly shocked. Baiwei was a graceful, handsome young master. But his father, Black Tiger, was like an ancient fiend god who had been lying hidden for countless ages, filled with inexhaustible savageness and dominance. The look in his eyes, the way he walked, it was all filled with savagery. As he walked over, it was as though an ancient, primordial beast was walking over. One's aura was built up over the course of many years. The fact that the two of them, father and son, had such completely different auras made Ning feel puzzled. The two by his side, Ning glanced at them. To one side of Black Tiger was his son, Baiwei. To his other side was a pale-faced, beardless old man. This old man had a pair of triangular pupil eyes. Even when smiling, he gave others a sinister, cold feeling. Upon noticing this old man, Ning immediately realized how terrifying he was as well. If Black Tiger could be described as an ancient, primordial beast, then this old man was like an icy, sinister viper. If one didn't focus on him, one might not even notice his presence, but upon focusing on him carefully, one would discover how frightening he was. Dangerous. Ning sensed how terrifying this old man was as well. Northmont Black Tiger. The triangular pupiled old man. The sense of danger these two made Ning feel was incredibly strong. Even that Xuehani who he had encountered was like nothing more than a weak ant before these two. Such power. They are too strong, too powerful. No wonder he is someone capable of becoming the next Marquis of Stillwater, Ning said to himself. But of course, Ning's soul was extremely powerful, and so he was superficially able to maintain his calm. Ah! Black Tiger laughed loudly, and his heroic, noble laughter caused the surrounding space itself to tremble. I heard Baiwei praise his friend endlessly, but I didn't believe him. Now that I have had a chance to see him for myself, he truly is extraordinary. A Zifu disciple who stands before me without batting an eye? I can count such figures on a single hand. I came here to take a look at you. Not bad, not bad, Black Tiger laughed. Today, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't tarry. In the future, after you join a school, you must often come and visit my estate. Baiwei is lucky to have a friend such as yourself. Making friends with brother Baiwei is also the good fortune of myself, Ning. Ning acted and spoke with modesty and respect. Black Tiger laughed loudly, then departed with the triangle-pupiled old man. The old man gave Ning a long look, then nodded slightly as well. The two of them left. Phew! Baiwei let out a long breath. He half-turned, first verifying that his father had departed. Only then did he completely relax. It's been so many years, but I'm still so nervous whenever I am in front of my father. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 14, Black-White College. Chapter 14, Black-White College. Right. Ning, this book holds records of all of the major powers that are located within Stillwater Commandery. It is quite detailed. Northmont Byway waved his hand, and a foot-long book, appearing as massive and as heavy as a shield, appeared. There wasn't a single word on the cover of this book. He handed it directly over. Ning stared at the enormous, shield-sized book. He blinked. "This is too big, dot." Northmont Byway began to chortle. "Think about how large Stillwater Commandery is. This book holds detailed records regarding every single power within Stillwater Commandery, and it even describes some of the magic treasures and techniques which the more important immortal cultivators of each sect possess." "It's as detailed as that?" Ning was amazed. "I just want to choose a school to enter." Byway grinned. "I couldn't be bothered to compile something, so I just had my estate prepare a copy of the pre-existing intelligence report regarding the various major powers in the region. This is classified at a fairly low level. The top-secret version is hundreds of books long." Ning was speechless. All he needed to do was consider which school he was going to join, but Byway had prepared a copy of a full intelligence report. No wonder there wasn't even a single word on its cover. "Take it," Byway said. Ning immediately accepted it. Byway continued, "I imagine you will need quite some time to read this intelligence report. Actually, given your current power, Brother Ji Ning, if you are to enter a school, you must select one of the absolute best schools which Stillwater Commandery possesses. Within our Stillwater Commandery, aside from the Rain Dragon Guard and the Marquis, there are a total of 8 supreme powers. I'll give you a brief explanation of them. Later, when you read the book, you'll be able to move through it much more quickly." Ning nodded. "These 8 supreme powers are divided up as into 3 major schools, 3 major tribes, and the 2 major churches," Byway said seriously. "They all have incomparably long histories, and their roots are unfathomably deep. Although some of the other powers might have immortals guarding over them, compared to these 8 supreme powers, they are still lacking in some manner. Their immortals might not be strong enough, or their foundations might be a bit unstable, or they might not have existed long enough. The 3 major schools refer to the Black-White College, the Skysplitter Sword Sect, and the 100 Flowers Fairyland," Byway said. "These 3 schools vastly surpass all of the other schools within Stillwater Commandery. The Thousand Rivers School, the North River School, they are all much weaker than these 3 major schools. All 3 have an incredible background. The Skysplitter Sword Sect is the only one of the 3 which focuses on swordplay. It has many disciples, and only by slaughtering a bloody path through the others will the elites of the school rise to the peak. All of them are exceptionally talented, combat-eager figures." Byway continued, "Enough about this one, though, you already know about it." Ning nodded. "Please describe the other 2. Byway smiled. "The 100 Flowers Fairyland only recruits female disciples. Since they only accept female disciples, no matter how much of a genius you are, Ji Ning, you won't be able to enter. This school is situated in a standalone dimension which a major power set up single-handedly. That place is known as the 100 Flowers Fairyland." Established a standalone dimension? Ning's own underwater estate was also in a dimension of its own. "I have no intentions of joining the Skysplitter Sword Sect, and I can't enter the 100 Flowers Fairyland." "Then what of the Black-White College?" Ning asked. Byway chortled. "For now, let's not discuss the Black-White College." "Why not?" Ning asked urgently. "I have my reasons," Byway said. "Let me now describe the 3 major tribes of the 8 great powers. They are the East River Clan, the Dragon Hunter Clan, and the Bluewood Clan. The Dragon Hunter Clan has a divine ability suited for archers that it does not teach to any outsiders," Byway said. "This Dragon Hunter Clan often produces some truly powerful master archers. Master archers, especially extremely powerful, top-tier ones, they can locate their enemies from far away with their divine sense, at a distance of 1,000 kilometers or even greater, then release their arrow and badly injure or even kill their foes from that distance. Even if they cannot kill their foes, they can immediately retreat." Ning's eyes lit up. He himself was in possession of a divine sense that could stretch to a distance of over 100 kilometers. In addition, his divine ability, the star-seizing hand, allowed the power of his hands to reach a terrifying level. He could use one hand to grip the bow, and the other to knock the arrow. The East River Clan. They are extremely skilled in commanding water. I'd strongly urge you not to fight against experts of the East River Clan in an aquatic environment. The Bluewood Clan is the oldest of these three major clans, comparable to our Northmont clan in age. This is a tribe that was established as far back as the Fiend God era, Byway said. The Bluewood clan is extremely skilled in controlling golems and constructs, and many of the constructs within Stillwater Commandery were provided by them. Over the course of countless years, who knows how many powerful constructs the Bluewood clan has amassed? They, too, are a power which no one wishes to antagonize. Ning nodded. 3 major schools, 3 major tribes. All of them were extraordinary. The 2 major sects are the Heavenly Saint Church and the Blood God Church. The Heavenly Saint Church acts in a manner which is big-hearted and honest, but also dominating and overbearing, Byway said. They have existed for an extremely long time, and they are also exceptionally mysterious. The Blood God Church was erected 60 million years ago. It is extremely evil and crazed. The members of the Blood God Church can be described as madmen. They will often commit major sins, then suffer pursuit and assault from the Rain Dragon Guards. The Rain Dragon Guards will pursue after and kill them? Ning asked, puzzled. Byway smiled. Ning, you should know that in this world, there is such a thing as karmic merits, yes? Yes, Ning nodded. Of course he knew. It was precisely because of the good karma that he had accumulated that after being sent to the Netherworld Kingdom, he had been assigned to be reborn in the Heaven Realm. However, because of that disturbance in the Netherworld Kingdom, he had entered the mortal realm yet again. If he hadn't been able to react quickly, he probably would have had his soul shattered. Acting benevolently accumulates positive karma, acting vilely results in the creation of sin, Byway said. The greater your karmic merits are, the more you shall be loved by the heavens, and the greater your luck shall be. But if your sins are too great, your 3 disasters and 9 tribulations will be very terrifying, and your luck will be reduced as well. Killing those creatures who have committed great sins will result in the accumulation of major karmic merits, Byway said with a smile. The Rain Dragon Guard serves as the army of the Grand Xiao dynasty. Per the orders of the Grand Xiao dynasty, they will seek out and slay those who have committed grave sins, resulting in the karmic merits of the Grand Xiao dynasty as a whole to rise, and thus, the Grand Xiao dynasty's fortunes will grow increasingly rosy, and its foundations will become increasingly firm. Ning was astonished. So the reason that the Rain Dragon Guards around the world pursued those who had committed grave sins was to improve the fortune of the Grand Xiao dynasty? He had no idea, but upon being informed, it was all so simple. Those who have rendered karmic merits shall have a clean aura swirling about them. But for those sinners, a corrosive aura will swirl about them, Byway said. Supposedly, those with extremely high levels of karmic merit will emit a golden light, while those who have committed tremendous sins will radiate a bloody, vile light. Unfortunately, only someone who has opened the celestial eye will be capable of seeing it. Ning now understood. He himself had opened his celestial eye, and had noticed through his divine sense that a faint, clear aura swirled about him. So this was karmic merit. However, although he had activated his divine sense many times afterwards, he had never found any others with this clear aura around them. Clearly, it was quite difficult to reach this level of karmic merit, much less the level of emanating golden light. How can one accumulate sufficient karmic merits? Ning asked. Only by doing good deeds can one gain karmic merits, while carrying out vile deeds will result in sin. As for the details, I'm not too clear on them either, Byway said. Karmic merits and sins, all of these things are determined by the heavens. They are too complicated. However, no matter what, immortal practitioners must not wantonly slaughter ordinary mortals. It doesn't matter if an immortal practitioner kills another practitioner, but if he kills mortals, then his sins will definitely accumulate. This is something my father warned me of. Ning was startled. Killing common mortals would result in accumulating major sin? Thank you for your guidance, Brother Baiwei, Ning said gratefully. After you join a school, you will quickly learn about the various taboos and prescriptions, Baiwei said. Killing common mortals is forbidden. Killing one or two is one thing, but the more you kill, the more trouble it will be. That Bei Zishan you killed? It was precisely because he murdered far too many common mortals that he was covered in sin, and thus hunted by the Rain Dragon Guard. After this topic of conversation, Ning suddenly thought of something. You've already spoken of the Heavenly Saint Church, the Blood God Church, the East River Clan, the Bluewood Clan, the Dragon Hunter Clan, the Skysplitter Sword Sect, and the 100 Flowers Fairyland. These are 7 of the major powers. Then the final one, the Black-White College, what's that all about? Ning cared more about the schools. He didn't wish to enter the Skysplitter Sword Sect, and wouldn't be permitted to join the 100 Flowers Fairyland. The Black-White College was the only one remaining. The Black-White College is the most powerful of the 8 major powers. Baiwei looked towards Ning. Most powerful? Ning instantly grew curious. Yes. Baiwei's eyes were shining. The other 7 powers are on par with each other, they are all very ancient, and their roots are deep. But the Black-White College is the true cream of the crop. In fact, the Black-White College has even produced a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal? Ning's heart instantly began to pound. Good heavens! Although quite a few of the powers located in the Stillwater Commandery had immortals, those were all loose immortals or earth immortals. He had never heard of any power being in possession of a celestial immortal. Right. Celestial immortal. Baiwei continued, the Black-White College, at its peak of power, was once comparable to my Northmont clan of Stillwater, as well as the Rain Dragon Guard. Countless years have passed. Although that ancient celestial immortal departed long ago, the Black-White College remains the strongest of the 8 powers. Baiwei laughed as he looked at Ning. And, do you know? Of the 3 supreme schools, the Skysplitter Sword Sect has a headquarters that stretches 100,000 kilometers, the 100 Flowers Fairyland has its own separate dimension, but the Black-White College, it is located right here in Stillwater City. Stillwater City? Ning couldn't believe it. Stillwater City is so small. How could a school be located here, and such a supreme school at that? Baiwei laughed. That's because this Black-White College's members range from Immortals to Zifu disciples, and they only number in the hundreds. The entire Black-White College has, in total, 100 Zifu disciples, 200 Wanshang adepts, 30-plus primal Taoists, and a number of Immortals who disappear and reappear randomly. Supposedly, they have at least 6 Immortals. Ning blinked. What? 100 Zifu disciples? 200 Wanshang adepts? There were even fewer Zifu disciples than Wanshang adepts? They had a ridiculous number of primal Taoists as well, and they had at least 6 Immortals. That was even more than the Skysplitter Sword Sect had. Now do you understand? Baiwei looked at Ning. The Black-White Palace has exceedingly few members. To enter it is also exceedingly difficult. Even though I think highly of you, all I can do is recommend you for entry into the Skysplitter Sword Sect. However, now that you have already reached the Dao domain level, you are qualified to enter the Black-White Palace. Only someone like me can enter it? Ning was curious. The Black-White College's name is known even in the royal capital of the Grand Xia dynasty. Baiwei looked at Ning. Each year, it will accept at most 3 or 4 disciples. Sometimes, it won't accept any at all. They only accept those who are true geniuses with unparalleled abilities to comprehend things. If one's foundation is even slightly lacking, one won't be able to enter. The vast majority of those who are able to enter the Black-White College are the most monstrous geniuses of the various tribes within the Stillwater Commandery. Even some of the major powers outside Stillwater Commandery will send their geniuses over in the hopes of joining the Black-White College. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 15, Capturing Fiend Gods. Chapter 15, Capturing Fiend Gods. The royal capital of the Grand Xia dynasty? Ning felt a certain itchiness in his heart. He couldn't help but immediately begin to flip through this enormous compiled intelligence report. Northmont Byway, seeing how eager Ning was, laughed then said, intrigued? Now do you know what I saved it for last? Soon, Ning flipped to the relevant page regarding the Black-White College. So it's... Ning, upon reading the information regarding the glorious history of the Black-White College, began to mumble to himself, his eyes shining. Black-White diagram? The Black-White bedstone diagram? Ning, after reading towards the end of the report, raised his head and looked towards Byway, his eyes filled with curiosity. Brother Byway, is this Black-White bedstone diagram truly so incredible? How could it not be? Byway laughed. After you join the Black-White College, you will personally see the Black-White bedstone diagram. By then, you'll understand how miraculous it is. Nin nodded lightly. The Black-White diagram was the most precious treasure of the entire Black-White College. It was an enormous sculpture that was carved into the diagram of a black and white bedstone. The black and white bedstone appeared ordinary, but in reality it was covered with complicated runes, with white and black lines crisscrossing it. It was so intricate and detailed that the simple crisscrossings of the black and white lines created incomparably profoundness which contained many different types of Tao. It was simply unfathomable. It allured many of the major figures from outside sects, who would come to stare at it and meditate. But of course, since this was the most sacred treasure of the Black-White College, the major figures of other powers who occasionally received a chance to view it would be given a time limit. Only the disciples of the Black-White College would be given unlimited amounts of time to meditate on it. My father once said, Byway explained, that the Tao is even profounder than the profound. If one wishes to comprehend it, it is like seeking a flower in a fog, while the Black-White bedstone diagram seems to summarize the profundities and mysteries of the countless Taos in a very detailed, expert manner. Those countless crisscrossing black and white lines, by viewing them in a different way, you will gain different insights into different mysteries. Such a marvelous item must have been born from nature itself, which naturally formed this diagram. The Black-White diagram had been found by an immortal in one of the minor worlds, who had brought it back here. By relying on the Black-White diagram, the college had grown famous and powerful, and had even changed its name after it, becoming the Black-White College. I want to go for a stroll, Ning said, rising to his feet. Go where? Byway asked. The Black-White College, Ning said. Ha, you can't resist taking a look? Byway laughed. Only when I see it with my own eyes will I have a better grasp of whether or not I will choose to join this Black-White College. Ning was indeed quite eager to see this Black-White College. After all, every single disciple of a school such as this could be described as an unparalleled genius. Ning was naturally quite eager to see what this place, a gathering spot for supreme geniuses, was like. Come, I'll accompany you. Byway rose to his feet as well. Ning, Byway, the Whitewater Hound, and that Golan maidservant walked together within the estate, heading towards the outside. Byway suddenly noticed several distant figures from the corner of his eyes. It was his father, Northmont Black Tiger, and that triangle-pupiled old man, along with a third, tall, skinny man. Xian 6? Byway frowned, musing to himself. Why has 6 returned to the estate? Can something major have occurred? As the only child of Black Tiger, Byway naturally knew many secrets. He instantly recognized that tall, skinny man. What is it? Ning asked. Nothing. Let's go to the Black-White College, Byway laughed. We're in no hurry today. Let's just walk. All right. Ning laughed, then followed Baiwei out. Black Tiger and the old triangle-pupiled servant just stood there, listening to the report from that tall, skinny man, Xian 6. The triangle-pupiled old man glanced sideways, noting the distant Baiwei and Ning. After discovering his whereabouts, we did everything we could to set down an all-encompassing net. In the end, we finally captured that primordial fiend god. We captured him alive. The tall, skinny man spoke with great respect. Our side lost a squad, a primal Taoist, and 12 Wanshan adepts. Well done. Black Tiger nodded, his deep, abyssal eyes flashing faintly with lightning. And where has this fiend god been imprisoned? Black Tiger asked. In the second koan trigram character, the tall man replied respectfully. Black Tiger nodded gently. You can leave now. Yes. The tall, skinny Xian 6 immediately, quietly slipped away. The nearby triangle-pupiled servant hurriedly whispered, Congratulations and felicitations, Master. You caught a primordial fiend god alive. Black Tiger responded in a low voice, Let's first see what sort of fiend god it is, how strong it is, and what divine abilities it is skilled in. These primordial fiend gods have been able to struggle at death's doorstep and survive to this era. None of them are easy to deal with. Even the weakest of them might have others of the same race in hiding. No matter what, we have to take a look. Come, let's leave the city. All right. The triangle-pupiled old servant replied with respect, and soon. Whoosh! A wave of black energy appeared. 8 black divine dragons, pulling a carriage behind them, flew out from the Northmont Black Tiger estate, flying directly into the heavens, finally disappearing into the skies above Stillwater City. Ning and Baiwei, by contrast, were quite relaxed. The two strolled through the incomparably wide streets, moving a kilometer with each blink of the eye. The Whitewater Hound and the maidservant were able to effortlessly keep up. Here we are. The Black-White College is up ahead, Baiwei said, pointing towards the front. The two quickly came to a halt. Ning lifted his head, staring straight ahead. Up ahead was an enormous edifice, the main gates 300 meters tall and nearly 600 meters wide. The main gates had 3 characters inscribed onto it, a Black-White College. In addition, in the center of these characters, there was a complicated black and white diagram of a bedstone. The black-white bedstone diagram? Ning took a look, and as he did, he could sense infinite mysteries contained within it, but when he took a closer inspection, he felt as though they were all blurred, and that he couldn't get a clear grasp on them. Those characters in front of the Black-White College, along with that bedstone diagram, were left behind by that celestial immortal to the Black-White College. Baiwei explained, it isn't the true Black-White bedstone diagram. The true Black-White bedstone diagram is far larger than this one, and far more complicated. So that's how it is. Ning nodded. On the second floor of the main gate of the Black-White College, there was an enormous inky jade stone sculpture of a lion, as well as the inky jade stone sculpture of a divine dragon. They stood at each side of the bedstone, with many soldiers in the nearby area as well. Those soldiers belong to my Marquis of Stillwater, Baiwei said. They've been sent here to help guard this place. That lion and that divine dragon? They are the true gate guards for the Black-White College. Them? Guards? Ning was astonished. Even with his vision, he hadn't been able to tell that the stone lion and the stone dragon were guardians. These are 2 constructs which the Black-White College purchased from the Bluewood clan at enormous cost, Baiwei explained. Supposedly, these 2 constructs have close to an immortal's power, and they have intelligence no lower than an ordinary person's. They have already stood guard here for countless years. Ning was speechless. Constructs? That were close to immortals in power? Black Current. Baiwei suddenly called out in a high voice. Baiwei. From within the Black-White College, a white-robed youth who was leading a group of followers laughed in surprise. Baiwei immediately sent mentally to the nearby Ning, this person is named Northmont Black Current. He, too, is a member of our Northmont clan of Stillwater. However, he's from an extremely distant branch of the family. Although his talent was exceptional, he wasn't viewed as being very important. Afterwards, however, he actually was able to successfully enter the Black-White College. His status within our Northmont clan instantly rose dramatically. Oh? Ning looked at the white-clothed youth with surprise. Still, be careful of this person. This person is extremely good at putting on false pretenses. My father once said, this Northmont black current is a viper dressed in a sheepskin. You cannot let yourself grow too close to this sort of person, but there's no need to create any grudges between you either. This was what Baiwei sent to Ning. Ning nodded. A viper dressed in a sheepskin? The Northmont clan of Stillwater had managed to last from the Fiend God era to the modern era. One could imagine how many members it had. Some of the more distant branches probably wouldn't have statuses that were much higher than that of the G clans. Only if they produced a supreme genius would the Marquisate of Stillwater value them. This person had probably been stifled terribly in the past, and so his personality became distorted. This was what Ning guessed. Baiwei, why have you come? Black Current laughed. I brought my good friend, Ning, to come take a look, Baiwei replied. Brother Ning also wishes to enter this Black-White College. Ning spoke out, it is extremely hard to enter the Black-White College. I just want to give it a try. Northmont Black Current glanced at Ning. He instantly felt a hint of dislike towards him. His experiences in his youth had caused him to view all of the members of the primary lineage of the Northmont clan, all those exalted young masters, with extreme jealousy and dislike. Thus, he now easily began to view Ning as being on Northmont Baiwei's side. Oh. Even though you might fail, you should still make an attempt, Black Current said with a laugh. He looked at Ning, but a hint of pity was in his gaze. You might be lucky. You might get in. By then, we will be fellow disciples. Ning could sense that this Black Current had an arrogant, lofty demeanor about him. Clearly, as Black Current saw it, he himself was an unparalleled genius. As for this Ning? Since he had come alongside Baiwei, Ning's status was extraordinary, but what of it? What the Black-White College cared about was a person's innate talent and comprehension ability. Baiwei, I can't stay here for too long. I have business. Let's have a good chat, sometime in the future. Black Current clasped his hands, then led his group away. Every member of this group had an extraordinary demeanor. Based on what Ning could sense, it seemed as though all of these followers were immortal cultivators. What's going on with those followers? Ning asked. Didn't you say that he is an ordinary member of a distant branch of your Northmont clan? Why are there so many immortal practitioners following him? Baiwei shook his head. Every single disciple of the Black-White College is an unparalleled genius. You can't expect them to all do everything for themselves, can you? Thus, the Black-White College will permit every single formal disciple to accept 10 retainers. Thus, although the Black-White College only has a few hundred disciples, it has thousands of retainers. These thousands of retainers will act on behalf of the Black-White College, and they can also go listen to the primal Taoists, or perhaps even the Immortals, expound on the Tao. They can also be gifted with key refining techniques. If there is a particularly talented person amongst them, they might even be promoted to the rank of full disciple. But of course, it's rare for even a single retainer to be promoted to full disciple, even after 100 years. The Black-White College's requirements for its full disciples are quite strict, after all. Still, no matter what, to be a retainer in the Black-White College is better than going to be an ordinary disciple in an ordinary school, Baiwei said. Thus, many immortal practitioners are willing to go be retainers. Ning nodded. Formidable. By accepting retainers, these genius disciples essentially formed their own coteries. This helped make the Black-White College more stable as well. However, this fellow clansman of mine, Black Current, seems to not hold you in particularly high regard, Brother Ning, Baiwei said. When the time comes, after you enter the Black-White College, the look on his face will be priceless. Ning laughed. My mind is settled. Baiwei was startled. Are you saying? At the 12th lunar month, I will enter this Black-White College. Ning raised his head, staring towards the words left behind by that celestial immortal. Black-White College, this was the place where he would begin his sudden rise to prominence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 16, the 12th lunar month, entering a school. Chapter 16, the 12th lunar month, entering a school. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the 12th lunar month arrived. The first to the third days of the 12th lunar month were the days which many of the schools located in Stillwater City would accept disciples. Wow! Mang Xin, Mang Jun, and Mang Rock walked out of an alley, arriving at the main street. There are so many people here, Mang Xin breathed in amazement. Mang Jun said, his expression exuberant, that goes without saying. Today is the first day of the 12th lunar month, the very first day in which one can join a school. There are countless people in Stillwater City who will join a school today. There are ordinary mortals, Xiantian lifeforms, and also Zifu disciples like us. However, those top-tier schools generally will only accept early Zifu stage experts. We are all early Zifu stage experts. It should be much easier for us to join a school. Mang Xin secretly gave the needy Mang Rock a sideways glance. Previously, when the Snow Dragon Mountain experts had ambushed them, Rock had executed a forbidden technique in order to save her. This had resulted in damage to his cultivation base, and it would now be much harder for him to join a school. Little sister Xin, let's go, June said. Suddenly, he gave the nearby Rock a sidelong glance, and then a look of amusement appear on his face. Rocky, although your cultivation foundation was damaged, you are still an early-stage Zifu disciple. If you are lucky, perhaps you'll encounter some schools that didn't investigate too carefully, and you'll still be able to join them. Rock found it hard to hide the anger from his face. What did June mean by didn't investigate too carefully? Accepting new disciples was something which determined a school's future. Which school was careless in doing this? Oh ho, you are angry. June let out a snicker, then turned and left. Big brother Rocky. Mang Xin couldn't help but call out to him, but Rock said in a low voice, you two can go. I'll go by myself to try out some schools. Xin hesitated, then said, Big brother Rocky, I'll go with you. Let's go join a school together. Rock couldn't help but feel surprised and delighted. But right at this moment, June, who had already walked quite far away, turned and called out to Xin, little sister Xin. Xin stood there by Roche's side. I'll stay with big brother Rocky, she said. This caused a hint of excitement to appear on Roche's face. June stared. You'll go with him? How can he possibly enter any decent school? Xin replied, when big brother Rocky used that forbidden technique, he saved your life as well. And you actually treat him like this? I won't go with you. Because she was both beautiful and talented since she was a child, Xin had always been doted on. Thus, she had a bit of a spoiled streak. Although she slightly looked down on both Rock and June, she still felt very grateful towards Rock for having rescued her life on the journey over. As for June, Xin naturally now held Meng Jun in great contempt, due to the way he treated his savior. You, June stared. Oof, Xin just snorted coldly. June turned and left. As he did, he said, you just wait and see. I want to see what sort of a school you two will end up joining. Mang Xin turned to look towards Mang Rock. Big brother Rocky, let's go. As for Rock, a blazing fire was in his heart, and so he followed Xin forward. The two would try to join a school on their own. West Stillwater. Northmont Black Tiger's estate. Brother Byway, no need to send me off, Ning laughed. Northmont Byway laughed as well. Then I'll wait for your good news, Ning. Ning clasped his hands, then turned and left, taking his whitewater hound with him as he headed directly towards the Black-White College. The recent days he had spent in Northmont Black Tiger's estate had all been quite calm and peaceful. Ning had learned through Byway that in recent days, thanks to the power he had displayed in the Carefree Caverns, there had indeed been quite a few schools which had sent people to the estate with the goal of having Ning join them. All of them had made extremely good offers. Some offered an Immortal as his master, others offered 500 kilograms of liquefied elemental essence, still others had prepared a heaven-ranked magic treasure for him. Many offers had been made, and these offers were good enough to make even a primal Taoist envious. In terms of value, they weren't at all inferior to the entire value of the elemental or mine that had been discovered in the G-Clan's territory. Unfortunately, the Skysplitter's sword sect wasn't amongst them, nor the Black-White College. Of the 3 major schools that were amongst the 8 great powers of Stillwater Commandery, 100 Flowers Fairyland only accepted female disciples, while the Skysplitter sword sect was extremely proud and wouldn't go recruit disciples. As for the Black-White College, of course it would never, ever proactively reach out to potential disciples. Those schools are all much weaker than the 3 major schools. The key refining techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts they have to offer are all on a lower level as well. Ning shook his head. This lower level represented a difference that was as great as that between the heavens and the earth. The more top-tier a key refining technique was, the better a chance one would have of becoming an immortal. Moments later. Here we are. Ning raised his head, staring towards the distant Black-White College. The Whitewater Hound looked at it as well. There really are quite a lot of people here today, Ning sighed. The Whitewater Hound sent mentally towards him. This Black-White College is extremely exacting in its standards for taking on new disciples. Ning, son, don't be careless and end up eliminated. Don't worry, Uncle White. Ning nodded. Today, the gates to the Black-White College were wide open. People were allowed to freely enter, and Ning entered, the Whitewater Hound by his side. Within the thronging masses of people present were the various immortal cultivators who wished to enter the Black-White College. Father, I will definitely work hard. I'll enter the Black-White College at one try. The Black-White College. I'll definitely enter. I will definitely become a disciple of the Black-White College. Sister Rue promised that she would be my wife if I succeed. All of the immortal cultivators were gritting their teeth. Near them, many spirit beasts, servants, family members, and friends were present as well. There has to be thousands of people here, Ning said to himself, speechless. From up ahead, an angry voice rang out. Why have you, a middle-stage key refiner, come to my Black-White College? Hurry up and leave. Everyone who wishes to enter our Black-White College, listen up, you must be an early-stage key refiner. Our Black-White College will only accept early-stage key refiners. If you aren't an early-stage key refiner, hurry up and leave, unless you want to listen to me curse at you. Next. The toughness of your meridian channels is insufficient. Be gone. Next. You've used a forbidden technique, and you still have come to my Black-White College? Scram. Next. Your meridian channels are insufficiently wide. Be gone. Next. You barely qualify. Go inside and wait. Ning heard every single evaluation with perfect clarity. Hearing the voice ring out from far away, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The vast majority had been eliminated, just based on their physical qualifications. From this, one could tell how strict the standards were. A short time later, Ning moved closer to the front, and he saw the scene happening up ahead. There was a lake in the distance, and above the lake there was a boat with a black-haired middle-aged man seated on it. The man sat there, holding a flagon of wine, appearing quite relaxed. An enormous bronze mirror hung there in the air above him, and it shone down towards the immortal practitioners that flew towards the man.
Greetings, Senior. A young man flew forward, standing atop the water without sinking down.
Rumble, the light of the bronze mirror shone down upon him.
You just barely qualify.
Go inside and wait, the black-haired, middle-aged man said casually.
Thank you, Senior.
The young man instantly walked forward atop the water, moving at high speed across the lake and arriving at the opposite end of it.
There were tens of young men and women waiting there already, as well as a few youths.
One immortal cultivator after another was eliminated, and they all had to return to the side of the shore from whence they had come. As for those who passed, they all flew to the other shore.
Yet another graceful young master glided towards the top of the lake.
Cupping his hands, he said, "Ning Tang greets you yet again, Senior." The giant bronze mirror shone down on him from above, and the black-haired, middle-aged man revealed a rare hint of a satisfied smile.
Go in.
Ning Tang bowed modestly, then flew to the other shore.
Uncle White. Wait here for me.
Ning looked at the whitewater hound by his side, then sent him a mental message.
The whitewater hound nodded. Swoosh. Ning's figure flickered, and he too appeared atop the lake.
Clasping his hands, he said, "My respects to you, Senior."
He's dressed in animal furs? This young man is dressed in animal furs? How rare. I wonder where he came from. He looks quite young. I imagine he must be quite talented.
The spectators were all chatting amongst themselves. Ning, however, was quite calm. Although some of those people looked down on his animal fur clothes, these clothes were a perfect copy of the fur clothes his mother had personally sewn for him. When he wore these furs, he felt incomparably comfortable, as though his mother was right there by his side. As for the actual fur clothes his mother had sewn, he couldn't bear to wear them, for fear of wearing them out.
He kept them safely hidden away.
The black-haired, middle-aged man on the boat gave Ning a glance.
Move faster. No need to put on airs.
The bronze mirror in the sky shone down towards Ning as well.
HRM?
Ning suddenly had a strange feeling, as though this light had penetrated through his skin, flesh, and bones throughout his body.
A fiend god body refiner?
The black-haired, middle-aged man gave Ning a surprised glance, then nodded in satisfaction.
Your talent isn't bad.
And you've already reached the Zifu level as a fiend god as well, and seemingly in a very perfect manner.
What technique do you train in?
The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Ning gave a direct response, and his words instantly elicited surprised cries.
The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens? The legendary number 1 fiend god body refining technique? Someone was actually able to train to the Zifu level in it?
He appears to be simply a youth. It really is true that the younger an immortal cultivator appears, the more one must be wary of them. For him to be able to successfully train in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, at such a young age, formidable. There really are quite a few geniuses that have come to join the Black-White College. I came very early in the morning, and this is now the second person I have seen here who trains in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and is at the Zifu level.
Ning's ears twitched. Oh. He wasn't the only one here who had successfully trained in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens? The black-haired, middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Go. Still, you must not be the slightest bit careless. Perhaps you might be able to enter my college after all.
Ning bowed, his heart filled with surprise. Thank you, Senior. It seemed as though the Black-White College's requirements for accepting new disciples truly were exacting. Even someone at the 7th stage of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens only might have a chance at entering? Still, the Black-White College attracted the interest of all of the supreme talents of Stillwater Commandery, and even some of the supreme geniuses outside of Stillwater Commandery would come here. Each year, they would at most select 3 or 4 disciples, or perhaps none at all. Just by relying on the fact that Ning was at the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, he could probably easily enter the Skysplitter Sword sect. But it was incredibly difficult to become one of the very few disciples of the Black-White College. Swoosh! Ning moved forward, and it was as though he was one with the water under his feet. Quite easily and simply, he flashed across the surface of the water, arriving on the opposite shore. Fifth bro, yet another practitioner of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, has come. A youth was currently speaking to a black-clothed youth next to him. The black-clothed youth gave Ning a glance, and Ning glanced back at him. What stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens have you reached? The black-clothed youth asked. But Ning just turned his head, not even glancing at him. The black-clothed youth frowned. Within his clan, he was viewed as a peerless, heaven-favored genius. He was used to being pampered. Moreover, he had reached the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and was now at the blood drop rebirth level of power. He, too, had decided to join the Black-White College. He was accustomed to not holding others of the same generation with any regard, and by relying on his divine ability, he was even able to fight those at a higher level. Naturally, he was an extremely proud man. Oof! He doesn't know his place. The black-clothed youth gave Ning a glance, then paid him no more attention. As for Ning, he chose a large rock, then sat down atop it in the lotus position. He couldn't be bothered to notice that black-clothed youth. As time passed on, the number of young men and women nearby grew more and more numerous. Some were from major tribes, and there were even those from outside Stillwater Commandery. Even members of the Northmont clan of Stillwater had come. Ning occasionally would glance at them, but he wouldn't engage any of them in conversation. He knew that of the people in front of him, most likely at most 1 or 2 would actually be able to enter the Black-White College. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 17, Myriad Thunderbolts launched together. Chapter 17, Myriad Thunderbolts launched together. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was sunset. By now, only the silhouette of half the sun could be seen. Today, things will end here. Those who wish to join my Black-White College, please come early tomorrow morning. The black-haired middle-aged man on the boat within the lake waved his hand as he spoke, and the bronze mirror in the air above him rapidly began to shrink to the size of a palm as it landed towards his hand. After that, the ship automatically began to move towards the other side of the lake. The man stored away the ship, then disembarked. He looked at the thronging masses of youths, then nodded slightly. Those who are confident in themselves will generally come on the first day to apply for entry. The majority of those who were accepted by my Black-White College all came on the first day. A total of 962 of you have passed the preliminary selection process on the first day, but the number of which you who will truly be able to join my Black-White College can be counted on one hand. Thus, all of you must be incomparably cautious. You must put forth your full effort. Yes. The 900+ selectees all responded in unison. The black-haired man nodded. Follow me. Turning, he walked away. Instantly, this group of young immortal practitioners all moved to follow him. Ning turned to glance backwards, and he saw that on the other side of the lake, there were quite a few people still waiting quietly. These should most likely be the family, friends, and servants of the selectees. There was also a large whitewater hound who stood there, quietly staring towards this side. The Black-White College, located within Stillwater City, took up an area with a circumference of roughly 900 kilometers. Amongst the various immortal practitioner schools, this was definitely one of the smaller ones. Still, 900 kilometers, in his past life on Earth, one of the trillion minor worlds, it would be comparable to a local county. As for Stillwater City, the very heart of Stillwater Commandery and a place where countless powerful experts gathered, it was larger than entire countries back on Earth. Given that it was roughly comparable to a county in size, strictly speaking, the Black-White College couldn't be described as small per se. And within the Black-White College, there was even a small mountain range. Ning and the rest of his group, under the guidance of the black-haired man, quickly advanced more than 100 kilometers, arriving within a gorge. "Halt," the black-haired man said. The 900-plus individuals all came to a halt. "Arise," the black-haired man suddenly barked. Rumble. This wide, spacious gorge had a perimeter of many kilometers. Suddenly, from far away, a curtain of clear water could be seen, which had formed into an enormous grand ceiling formation. This grand ceiling formation was extraordinarily large. Not only did it cover the entire gorge, it even covered several of the nearby mountain peaks. Naturally, the 900-plus selectees were trapped within it as well. Rumble, 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 multiple mechanical noises rang out. From within one of the caverns within the region covered by the grand ceiling formation, multiple giant shadows suddenly flew out. 810 of these shadows flew out consecutively, halting in midair. These were 810 dragon heads, all of which had their mouths open wide as they stared down below. A grand construct formation. A grand formation formed from more than 810 constructs. Some of the 900-plus immortal cultivators below instantly began to call out, quite a few of their faces ashen. Swoosh! The black-haired middle-aged man charged into the skies, flying to the top of those 810 dragon heads. At the same time, 5 additional figures flew out from the cave next to him, each with powerful auras. There were a total of 6 figures, including the black-haired man, 5 men, 1 woman. All of them stared downwards. "Listen up," the black-haired man barked. "Afterwards, the Grand Golem formation will launch attacks. What all of you need to do is endure the attacks and charge into the skies, and to arrive at this cavern by my side. You have as much time as it takes for a stick of incense to finish burning. If you do so, that means you've succeeded. But if no one manages to reach this cave before the stick of incense is burnt up, that means none of you are qualified to join my Black-White College." Some of the 900-plus youths below were confident, while others were nervous. Still others just waited quietly. Hiss! A stick of incense appeared out of nowhere within the black-haired man's hands, and then it was immediately set alight. At the same time, those 810 dragon heads simultaneously began to glow with a dazzling azure light, and then, from the mouth of every single dragon head shot out rays of azure lightning. The sound was thunderous. Boom! 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 One bolt of lightning after another rained down upon them. It was as though 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending at the same time. "It begins now!" The black-haired man barked at them. Given that the dragon heads had begun to vomit lightning, and that the stick of incense had already been lit, everyone knew that it had begun. Charging into that cave won't be easy. Ning raised his head, giving it a glance. In his heart, he instantly realized that because the 810 dragon heads were next to the side of the cave, if one wished to enter it, one would have to fly directly past those 810 dragon heads, which were constantly raining thunderbolts downwards towards them. Down below, given how much space there was, each person wouldn't have to face too many thunderbolts. But the closer one flew towards the cave, the more tightly packed the thunderbolts would be. Bang! Ning, wielding his Dark North swords, chopped directly towards one of the encroaching thunderbolts. The Dark North swords were filled with elemental ki, and were capable of blocking lightning. So powerful. Ning felt his hands tremble violently. The power of this lightning is significant. Up! Let's go! Charge! Instantly, multiple figures mounted their magic treasures and, in unison, charged towards the sky. But the farther up they went, the more thunderbolts awaited them. They were only able to hold on for a few breaths, making it halfway up, then were knocked downwards by the dense rain of thunderbolts, forced to land again. The 6 primal Taoists of the Black-White College who were above the dragon heads watched on, chatting and laughing amongst themselves.
Everyone, of these youths, how many do you think will enter the caves?
A middle-aged man with a long beard laughed as he asked this question. A short, chubby, bald man chortled.
Perhaps not even a single one. It shouldn't be that bad, a white-robed woman said with a laugh.
There should at least be 3 or 4 who can enter the cave.
Look, there's someone charging upwards.
She shouldn't be too weak. Instantly, the other primal Taoists turned to look carefully. A black-clothed woman was charging into the skies, her body surrounded by multiple tendrils. When the lightning bolt struck against her, the tendrils and vines would actively go block the lightning, defending against one bolt after another. Soon, she made it to the halfway point, and moved closer and closer towards the formation of dragon heads.
Half of the Grand Golem formation.
The black-haired, middle-aged man suddenly spoke softly, and instantly, of the 810 dragon heads, 405 of them focused on that black-clothed woman. Instantly, thousands of bolts of lightning wildly, completely focused on that black-clothed woman.
Although those tendrils and vines struggled ferociously, they weren't able to do anything. Boom! Vines and tendrils exploded, and the black-clothed woman fell down from the skies. She couldn't even withstand half. The black-clothed, middle-aged man shook his head. The white-robed woman shook her head as well. She can't be considered a true genius.
Ning was in no rush to charge forward. He watched for a period of time first. He watched as that black-clothed youth who also trained in the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens, charged upwards. As that youth moved extremely close to the formation of dragon heads, he suddenly suffered the attack of every single dragon head. As the youth slammed to the ground, Ning understood everything. At the very bottom, you only have to meet an occasional bolt of lightning. The higher up you do, the more bolts will strike you. If you pass the halfway point, you will suffer an attack from half of the dragon heads. And, when you are extremely close, you will suffer mass attacks from all the dragon heads. You have to be able to withstand the full might of all of the dragon heads in order to enter the cavern. At such short range, even if 2 or 3 people join forces, upon suffering the full brunt of the attacks of the dragon heads, whether or not they work together becomes of little importance.
Ning understood this principle.
When they were extremely close to the dragon heads, the amount of space for maneuvering was too small.
The myriad thunderbolts would form a nearly complete, solid attack.
A web of lightning would completely surround that entire region, and to pass, one would have to charge through.
There were no shortcuts around it.
Charge! After making sure that there were no other oddities, Ning's body instantly became surrounded by 6 full layers of water flame lotuses. At the same time, a flying sword appeared beneath his feet, and he immediately controlled the sword to soar into the skies.
Let's go!
Charge! At virtually the same instant Ning flew upwards, 8 other figures charged upwards as well.
These had all been watching silently.
After seeing how the black-clothed man had, in the end, suffered attacks from all the dragon heads, they all realized that there were no shortcuts to be taken, and so had decided to charge. Charge! The black-clothed man, who had fallen down halfway, gritted his teeth upon seeing the others charge upwards.
He, too, flew upwards yet again.
The 810 dragon heads were clustered in one location, quite close to the cave. To enter this cave, one would have to pass through the center of them, which ensured that one would have to face all 810 attacks.
The 6 primal Taoists stared downwards, watching.
These fellows are all quite spirited.
None of them are holding back now.
The black-haired, middle-aged man laughed.
Everyone, who do you think will pass?
That fellow controlling the Azure Dragon construct. The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up as she stared at a white-clothed youth who stood atop an Azure Dragon. This white-robed youth was clearly quite young, there was still a hint of youthful shyness on his face, but the Azure Dragon construct under his control was incomparably nimble, occasionally dodging while knocking aside the bolts of lightning at other times. Within this grand ceiling formation of ours, one can only use a golem or construct which one personally made. The white-clothed woman continued, look at how he controls that construct. He's at the level where it is like controlling part of his body, he is the construct, and the construct is him. He is absolutely a genius of the Tao of constructs.
Right. Formidable. The others all nodded and assented. These primal Taoists were no ordinary primal Taoists, they were the primal Taoists of Black-White College.
All of them were naturally extraordinary figures, and their judgment was impeccable. They could instantly tell that this white-clothed youth had astonishing talent in the Tao of constructs.
What do you think of the others?
The black-haired, middle-aged man laughed.
The others? I don't see anyone particularly outstanding. They are average.
These primal Taoists all had extremely high standards, although all of the others, Ning included, had displayed formidable abilities, there was nothing which could make these primal Taoists feel surprised.
Ha ha ha.
The black-haired, middle-aged man instantly began to laugh loudly.
All of you bury yourselves in training.
We've asked you to come this time to organize the acceptance of new disciples, but you aren't aware of many things. As for this old Taoist, I collect news from everywhere, and know that there is a true genius in this group. Look over there, that fur-clad youth whose body is surrounded by those blooming lotuses of fire and water.
Him? The other 5 primal Taoists looked over.
The white-clothed woman said, although his lotuses of fire and water is quite marvelous, it can't be described as astonishing.
What about him? And indeed, the other primal Taoists didn't understand either.
The black-haired man laughed. He is dressed in furs, can create lotus flowers of fire and water, and uses a sword. 9 out of 10 says that he is that youth, Ning, of the Carefree Caverns. A young, early-stage Zifu disciple who has already gained insight into a Tao domain.
Gained insight into a Tao domain?
The other 5 primal Taoists were all shocked, and they all lowered their heads, looking towards Ning, who had seemed so ordinary and unremarkable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 18, Ning and Mu North Sun.
Chapter 18, Ning and Mu North Sun. 10,000 thunderbolts shot down simultaneously, crashing down towards the figures below.
Those immortal cultivators, in turn, all flew for the skies, each displaying their own abilities. Layers of golden light appeared around some of their bodies, while others had illusory divine dragons appear about them. In this situation, the water flame lotuses swirling around Ning's body truly wasn't that special.
Go! Go!
A white-clothed youth was currently standing atop an azure dragon construct. The azure dragon coiled about, its body occasionally lashing out while its sharp claws swept out in each direction.
Even its draconic tail whipped about.
For now, not a single bolt of lightning was capable of drawing close to him.
Azure dragon swings its tail. Azure dragon flies skyward.
The white-clothed youth was gently mumbling a few words every so often, his eyes blazing with heat. Clearly, he was completely lost in controlling his azure dragon construct, and he appeared to be incomparably excited.
Half the construct formation, focus.
The black-haired, middle-aged man hovering high in the air gave the order. Instantly, more than 400 of the dragon head constructs began to focus their lightning bolts down towards Ning and the others who were charging skywards.
Awesome, wonderful, incredible.
The white-clothed youth grew increasingly excited. The azure dragon construct he controlled was displaying all of its unique points and releasing tremendous amounts of combat power. It was able to effortlessly block all of the oncoming bolts of lightning.
Bang!
With but a twist of its tail, multiple lightning bolts were knocked aside by the dragon, but Ning was right by its side. The water flame lotuses swirled around Ning, who had the dark north swords in his 2 hands. Those lightning bolts, despite being able to pass through the protective water flame lotuses, were easily blocked by Ning's 2 swords. Ning's sword light flashed forward like water, moving with ease and grace as he blocked all of the bolts of lightning.
Ning's face changed.
3 bolts of lightning had suddenly attacked him, and they were too close. They instantly arrived, catching Ning, who had been unprepared, completely off guard.
Watertight.
Ning's swords instantly changed directions, hurriedly moving to block those lightning bolts. At the same time, Ning couldn't help but give that white-clothed youth close to him a glance.
Just now, he had been affected by the actions of that youth.
The white-clothed youth was currently looking towards Ning as well, and a look of embarrassment was on his face. He hurriedly sent, I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed.
It was accidental.
Seeing how the white-clothed youth was sending a mental message, even at a critical time like this, Ning actually felt kindly disposed to him. He sent back, no worries. I'll be more careful in the future, the white-robed youth sent back.
Just be careful.
We're about to face the combined attacks of all those constructs, Ning said with a laugh. The two were both able to converse mentally at a time like this. Clearly, they still had energy to spare.
They continued to fly higher. The outlines of the dragon heads up above them grew increasingly clear.
The 810 dragon heads were clustered together quite tightly, and of the group that had charged up alongside them, 2 had already been struck down. Only 8 figures were able to continue to fly upwards.
The entire construct formation, focus. The black-haired, middle-aged man gave the order once again. Bang! 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 Bang!
Instantly, it was as though the skies had shattered and the earth had collapsed. All of the dragon heads focused their attacks on a single area, and for a moment, it seemed as though the entire world was filled with lightning bolts. Every inch of the surrounding area seemed to be filled with azure bolts of lightning. Clearly, they had completely saturated the area.
Water flame lotuses.
Ning's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and one layer after another of water flame lotuses began to manifest around him.
Whenever one layer was damaged, a new one would be born.
As for the 2 swords in Ning's hands, they flashed about, filling the area around Ning with sword light.
Not a single bolt of lightning was capable of penetrating Ning's swordplay defense.
Charge! In an instant, Ning managed to pass through this saturated field of attacks. Swish! As he charged through the heavens and past the formation of dragon heads, Ning was now able to clearly see, with a single glance, the 6 primal Taoists who were watching this event. Rumble, an incomparably dominating azure dragon, charged into the heavens, also moving past the dragon head formation. The white-clothed youth atop the azure dragon, seeing that Ning had charged out as well, revealed a hint of a friendly smile towards Ning. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ning immediately flew towards the cave, and the white-clothed youth also flew over, then stored away his construct. Bang! Clash! Boom! Continuous sounds of explosions could be heard, with furious roars mixed in. 3 more figures charged past the saturated field of lightning and into the cave. The cave was many tens of meters wide. The white-robed youth walked forward alongside Ning. My name is Mu Northsun. I truly am embarrassed for what happened earlier. My mastery over my craft was insufficient, and I ended up harming you, fellow Daoist.
My name is Ji Ning.
Ning smiled towards him as well.
You can't be blamed. You were trying to enter the school, just like me. How could you be careless? The white-clothed youth hurriedly nodded. Ning could clearly sense that this white-clothed youth seemed slightly immature. By the looks of him, he was even younger than Ning himself. Most likely, he had reached the Xian level even before Ning had. He immediately asked, Brother Mu, I'm 16 years of age this year. How old are you?
14. The white-clothed youth, Mu Northsun, gave an honest response. Instantly, the other 3 youths who had charged into the cave had changed looks on their faces. The 3 of them looked towards Ning and Northsun with incomparably complicated looks on their faces. Monsters. One was 16, while the other was 14.
How young were they?
And yet, these two had actually broken through the lightning construct formation before everyone else.
The black-clothed man even had some injuries on his body. He gave Ning a hard look.
This person named Ning is only 16, but he's already at the Zifu level in terms of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. In addition, he was actually able to charge in with ease.
I had to make 2 attempts before succeeding.
Earlier, he had been the first to try to charge in, but had ended up failing on his first attempt. It was only after seeing him fail did Ning and the others make their charge. He had immediately charged in behind Ning, and then followed the Azure Dragon construct of the white-robed youth, North Sun, in charging past. With the Azure Dragon construct blocking some of the lightning, things had been slightly easier for him. Still, it had only been slightly easier, he still suffered an injury in order to enter. It truly was hard. The white-clothed youth, North Sun, glanced downwards, then sighed. This grand lightning construct formation truly was hard to pass through.
The Black-White College really lives up to its reputation. Ning looked downwards as well.
Below them, the other immortal cultivators were still continuing to charge upwards, time and time again. It is hard, Ning agreed softly. However, the vast region controlled by the Stillwater Commandery holds many geniuses. Swoosh! Yet another figure passed through the blocking field of lightning. Slashing forward in a lonely arc, it landed at the entrance to the cave. This was a violet-robed maiden whose face was like the frost and the snow. Judging from the look in her eyes, clearly, she had been arrogant since she was a child. Still, every single person who was able to enter the cave was a true talent.
A few moments later. The time has come to an end.
The black-haired, middle-aged man spoke out in a high voice, and instantly, the 810 dragon heads came to a halt. Those immortal cultivators who were in midair still wanted to fly upwards, but...
All of you, go down.
The black-haired man gave a sudden roar, and his eyes instantly became terrifying to behold. A terrifyingly powerful divine sense swept downwards, and instantly, all of the immortal cultivators who had wanted to fly upwards came to a halt. And then, all of them began to drop downwards.
Divine sense?
Ning's eyes lit up as he saw this.
A divine sense attack.
When those immortal cultivators had been hit by the attack, their gazes had turned dim, and then they had fallen out from the skies. Clearly, their souls had been impacted by the attack.
So there are attacking techniques for the divine sense as well?
Ning instantly felt an itchiness in his heart. His greatest strength was his divine soul, which was already comparable to a primal Taoist's. In addition, by relying on the Nuwa painting visualization technique, his divine soul was continuing to grow stronger by the day. At this point, however, he had only been able to use his divine will to control items to assist himself. He had never heard that there were techniques which could allow one to use one's divine sense to directly attack someone's soul.
A divine sense attack? How would that even work?
I've never heard of it. It must be an extremely high-level technique. Since that black-haired man is able to use it, then I imagine the Black-White College must have this divine sense technique amongst this records. Ning instantly made up his mind that no matter what, he had to acquire and learn this technique. The black-haired man and the rest of the 6 figures flew into the cave. They all appeared different. One looked graceful, another was short and chubby, a third was cold-faced, but they all possessed shockingly powerful auras. Ning and the rest of the 9 called out respectfully, "Respectful greetings, seniors." The 6 primal Taoists swept Ning and the rest of the 9 with their gazes. Quite a few gazes paused for a period of time after landing on Ning.
You.
The black-haired, middle-aged man pointed to a blue-clothed youth who wore a crown and whose gaze was flashing.
The blue-clothed youth's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, this junior is East River Lush, but..." Ning and the others gave him a glance. East River Clan? That was one of the 8 major powers. East River Clan?
The black-haired, middle-aged man laughed coldly. "I don't care where you came from. Everyone, even a member of the Northmont clan of Stillwater or the Imperial clan of the Grand Xia dynasty, must obey the rules of the Black-White College if they wish to join our Black-White College.
You used a Dao seal. You violated the rules. Hurry up and be gone.
The crowned youth gritted his teeth, then immediately transformed into a ray of light as he flew towards the cave entrance.
He used a Dao seal?
Ning stared in astonishment at this disciple of the East River clan. When testing new disciples, there had been, at the gate, a list of the various necessary requirements.
Dao seals and other external sources of support were forbidden.
One had to rely on one's own power to pass the trials. All who used external sources of power would be expelled.
You are Moon North Sun?
The black-haired man turned to look towards the white-robed youth, a smile on his face. "Greetings, Senior," North Sun said respectfully.
The black-haired, middle-aged man nodded. 14 years. Not bad. Let me take a look at your construct. All right. North Sun knew the rules. There were restrictions on utilizing constructs.
If one was an immortal practitioner who walked on the Tao of constructs and golems, if they wished to bring a construct into a trial, it was forbidden for the construct to possess sentience.
Nor could there be an elemental energy core within the construct. It had to be completely controlled by their own elemental key.
Actually, during the earlier trial, the 6 primal Taoists could already tell the truth of the matter. This examination was just for the sake of following the rules to the letter.
The inspection concluded. The black-haired, middle-aged man nodded. Acceptable. North Sun immediately accepted the Azure Dragon construct back. The 8 of you.
The black-haired, middle-aged man swept Ning and the other 7 with his gaze.
You've passed through the first test. Next is the second and final test.
As long as you can pass it, you will become a disciple of our Black-White College.
If, however, you are unable to pass, I'll have to ask you to all leave. The second and final test? Ning was surprised.
Even that black-haired youth who had reached the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, had just barely passed the first test.
And yet, there was a second, follow-up test? Chong, child. One of the 6 primal Taoists, that white-robed woman, spoke out.
The black-clothed youth said respectfully, "Aunt. Once you reach the 9th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, you will definitely be able to enter our Black-White College. But you are only at the 7th, the white-robed woman shook her head.
I can't wait any longer.
I'll need at least 10 to 20 years to reach the 9th stage, the black-clothed youth replied impatiently.
The white-robed woman shook her head. You won't be able to pass the final test. Aunt. I wish to try.
The black-clothed youth gritted his teeth.
How could he casually give up at a time like this?
His response caused the white-robed woman to shake her head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 19, The Final Guardian.
Chapter 19, The Final Guardian.
As one of the managers of this recruitment effort, Fairy Huayun naturally knew how difficult the final test would be. This junior of her clan, Hua Chong, had no chance of success at all.
The 8 of you, follow me, the black-haired, middle-aged man said.
The 6 primal Taoists began to walk in front, while Ji Ning and the rest of the 8 followed from behind. Ning glanced sideways at the nearby black-clothed youth. The youth's eyes were filled with defiance and madness. His aunt was Fairy Huayun. Her status in the Hua clan was extremely high, and although the Hua clan had an immortal guarding it, since Fairy Huayun was a primal Taoist of the Black-White College, her combat prowess was definitely comparable to an immortal's. He had to honor and respect the words of Fairy Huayun. But, he also had to enter the Black-White College. He, too, wished to be like his aunt and be a member of the Black-White College.
I have to enter.
The Tao of the Heavens ensures that one will always have a chance.
The black-clothed youth gritted his teeth. After walking through the dark, gloomy caves for a period of time, they arrived at an exit. Up ahead, there were 9 different entrances. "Halt," the black-haired man said. Ning and the other 7 all came to a halt. "These 9 entrances are each guarded by a Zifu disciple of our black-white college." The black-haired, middle-aged man swept Ning and the others with his gaze. "The 8 of you shall each choose a passageway." The faces of Ning and the rest of the 8 all changed. What? Guarded by full disciples of the Black-White College? These were people who trained in supreme techniques and arts, while the 8 of them were all only early Zifu key refiners. After you each enter your chosen corridors, you will encounter these guardian disciples. As long as you are able to charge through out of cave while they are guarding it, you will become a disciple of our Black-White College. A smile was on the face of the man. Don't worry. These Zifu disciples on guard are only permitted to use a single type of technique, while all of you can go all out. In addition, there is no need for you to defeat the guardian disciple, you only need to charge out of the cave. Afterwards, we shall all reunite at the peak of this mountain. All right. Ning and the rest of the 8 all nodded. Go, then, the black-haired, middle-aged man instructed. They quickly each selected a corridor. Ning pondered slightly, then chose one for himself as well. Only the black-haired youth hesitated for a period of time, and then, gritting his teeth, he entered a corridor as well. All of them entered their corridors. Wu Xiao. The short, pudgy, bald man laughed. You are in charge of this disciple recruitment, and are managing it from start to finish. Tell me, of the 8, which will be able to become disciples of our Black-White College? The black-haired, middle-aged man hesitated. If I have to choose, of the 8, I'd say Ning will definitely succeed. Right. Yes, he'll definitely succeed. Everyone knows that Ning will succeed, old Taoist Wu Xiao. What about the other 7? All of the others were laughing while speaking. The black-haired, middle-aged man pondered for a bit longer, then said, of these 8, only Ning will definitely succeed. It will be hard for all of the other 7. If you insist on me choosing someone, that 14-year-old kid who controls the Azure Dragon construct, Mu North Sun. There's a chance for him as well. Right. Aside from Ning, the others will all find it quite difficult, especially that clansman of Fairy Huayun. He found it rather difficult to even make it through the lightning construct array, he definitely won't make it past this one. Everyone knows how smart you are. The white-robed woman gave the bearded, middle-aged man who just spoke a hard look. While the primal Taoists were chatting amongst themselves, they were also using their divine senses to investigate what was going on within each of the mountain tunnels. Oh, it's Bloodrinker Bladask. The corridor which Ning chose is guarded by that kid, Bladask? He's quite arrogant. He definitely won't make it easy for Ning to pass through. The primal Taoists all leisurely watched the events going on through the 8 corridors. Within the corridor Ning had chosen. Roughly 100 meters past the entrance, there was a white-robed youth. This youth had 3 bloodstains on the side of his chest. A white vest, with 3 drops of blood on the chest. Only the genius disciples who had acquired the legacy of the Bloodrinker clan were qualified to wear this. The Bloodrinker clan was one of the supreme tribes that was located outside of Stillwater Commandery. They had me stand guard? The white-robed youth, Bladask, just stood there, a flying sword hovering around his body. He gently stretched out a finger and tapped it. Rumble, a sword hymn instantly filled the cave. He couldn't help but close his eyes, revealing a look of enjoyment on his face. No matter how much of a genius you are, you can forget about successfully passing through the tunnel I have chosen. Bloodrinker Bladask's arrogance made it so that he definitely would not permit any juniors of the early Zifu disciple stage to successfully pass through his cave. A single sword, they only permitted me to use the single sword. Still, it will be enough.
The white-robed youth tapped the sword again, and the sword hummed out in response, as though it were behaving coquettishly towards him.
He couldn't help but smile.
Since the day he was born, he had held a wooden sword as he slept. His parents had named him Bladask, and in the past 30 years, he had focused all of his efforts on his blade. He was at the point where he was his blade, and the blade was him. Although he was in possession of the consummate skills of the Bloodrinker clan, the clan had still sent him to the Black-White College of Stillwater Commandery. He had lived up to their expectations and had entered the Black-White College.
He's coming.
The white-clothed youth sensed the impending ripples. Suddenly, he heard a resigned voice ring out from outside. 9 corridors, 8 contestants. Mine ends up being the only one with no selectee. My fellow disciples, I hope that none of you will let these juniors make it through. Don't worry, Senior Apprentice Brother Ox. Junior Apprentice Brother Ox, how sad for you. You've waited all this time for nothing. Senior Apprentice Brother Ox, although I'm only permitted a single magic treasure, these juniors definitely won't be able to pass through. One voice after another rang out in response. Bladask also shouted back, Junior Apprentice Brother Ox, please wait just a moment. After I turn back this kid, we'll go back together. Footsteps rang out. Bladask immediately stared forward carefully. He saw, from afar, a figure emerge from the depths of the tunnel. A youth with delicate, handsome features emerged, holding a sword in each hand, dressed in furs, and a smile on his face. Junior. Bloodrinker Bladask tapped the flying sword in front of him, and the sword hummed in response. Bladask said calmly, in the future, remember this clearly, the one who prevented you from entering the Black-White College is me, Bloodrinker Bladask. Ning was about to say something, but Bladask interrupted calmly, no need to tell me. We won't meet again. You don't need to give me your name. Ning frowned. How arrogant. Since this was the case, then he might as well just go ahead and win this quickly and cleanly. Let the lightning descend. Bladask called out softly, and as soon as he did, that flying sword in front of him began to emit a thundering sound. One bolt of lightning actually appeared in the surrounding area, all swirling around that flying sword, then flooding towards Ning with shocking power. The strength of this blow alone was far superior to the power of Adept Suli and the Monoceros. The sword seemed to have transformed into countless bolts of lightning, striking at an astonishing speed. Let the lotus flower bloom. Ning had a faint smile on his face. Instantly, water flame lotuses appeared around him. One layer after another of the flower bloomed, a total of 6 layers of flowers appeared. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sword of lightning cut directly through all 6 layers, but its speed had clearly dropped somewhat. Ning's Dark North sword swept out in a deceivingly simple manner, deflecting that powerful, vicious sword blow to one side. Such power. Ning frowned slightly. It had appeared as though he had received that blow with ease, but in reality, his hand had cracked slightly at the point between his thumb and index finger. So you do have some ability. It is useless, however. Bladask suddenly let out a loud roar. Thunder God's hell! The flying sword continued to hang there in midair, but around it, one violet bolt of lightning after another appeared. These bolts of serpentine lightning zigzagged into the shape of a prison, and a powerful pressure filled the entire caverns. Feel proud that you were defeated by this technique of mine, Bladask said coldly. Go! Boom! The Thunder God prison technique flew rapidly towards Ning. The Black-White College's disciples live up to their reputation. With but a single flying sword, he's still able to unleash such power and activate so much of the energy of the world. Ning mentally sighed in praise as made one flying sword after another appear in the area around him. In total, 729 flying swords emerged. A sword formation. The distant Bladask's face changed. Anything that had to do with the word formation could not be belittled, and there were many swords in this one. If one could perfectly focus all of the energy into a hole, then the power of that one blow would be explosive. As a disciple of the Black-White College, Bladask naturally also was in possession of sword formation techniques, but for the purposes of this assignment, he was only able to use a single sword.
The 729 flying swords hung there in the air.
Amongst them, there were 81 mortal-ranked flying swords. They included the 9 young sword formation swords that Ning had acquired from the underwater estate, and the 72 flying swords Ning had acquired after killing Adept Su Li. Although he had some other mortal-ranked flying swords as well, there weren't enough of them, and they were all varied and different in nature.
Thus, Ning didn't use them.
The 9 flying swords of the 9 yang swords served as the core formation base, while the other 72 mortal-ranked flying swords, all of which came from the same origin, swirled around them, forming a grand formation of 81 flying swords. They, in turn, guided the 600-plus unranked flying swords. Rumble, Ning's elemental ki filled those flying swords and was transformed by them. His divine soul, which was at the divine sense level, was completely capable of controlling all of these swords, and soon, in front of his chest, a shocking, awe-inspiringly powerful sword light appeared. The power of this technique was now truly astonishing. The reason why it was so strong was primarily because of those 9 incredibly rare flying swords he had acquired from the underwater estate. Every single one of them was comparable to an earth-ranked magic treasure, and they all came from the same source, which was even rarer.
Kill! Ning willed the attack.
Swish! The sword light, now completely in the shape of a real flying sword, shot out through the air, forcibly slashing open the impending prison of lightning.
Boom!
Moments later, the lightning prison detonated in awe-inspiring fashion.
Go, go, go!
Ning hurriedly executed 3 more attacks of swordlight, striking out in succession.
Not good. Bladask's face changed dramatically.
He was a peak Zifu disciple, after all, while Ning, by controlling and transforming his ki through the lesser thousand swords formation, and forming it into his swordlight, had a purity of ki that was comparable to a Wanxiang adept's. In terms of sword techniques, Bladask was of the Blood Rinker clan and was an elite member of the Black-White College. Naturally, he was formidable. But in terms of true insight and comprehension, Ning was on an even higher level. Thus, when Ning activated his lesser thousand swords formation, Bladask actually was at a disadvantage.
Polaris. Bladask had no other choice.
In an instant, 7 flying swords appeared, flashing with lightning. The 7 flying swords swirled around him, forming into the pattern of an enormous constellation. It was the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper.
Down! Bladask growled. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Ning's 3 flashes of swordlight were all shattered by the slowly revolving 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Humph! Bladask turned his head, collected his flying swords, then transformed into a ray of light and departed. Per the rules, he was only permitted to use a single flying sword. Since he had been forced to bring out his other magic treasures, he had naturally lost.
How formidable!
Ning watched as that disciple of Black-White College, Blood Rinker Bladask, departed.
He couldn't help but sigh in amazement.
The school should have limited him to using just a single flying sword. As soon as he showed his real power, he instantly suppressed my lesser thousand swords formation. He's a peak Zifu disciple, after all, while I am an early-stage Zifu disciple. The difference in elemental ki strength, when I encounter another unparalleled genius, the difference is clear. What Ning didn't realize was that actually, all he had to do was fly out of the cave. And yet, he had insisted on forcing the Guardian to show his real power instead. The Black-White College. Ning slowly strolled forward, walking out of the cave. He stepped onto a flying boat, then stared at the boundless, beautiful mountain scenery around him. From this day forward, he would truly be a member of the Black-White College. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 20, Ji Ning, Disciple of the Black-White College. Chapter 20, Ji Ning, Disciple of the Black-White College.
The 6 primal Taoists at the entrance to the caves were roaring with laughter. Ah, this Ning really is formidable. He lives up to his reputation as someone who has gained insight into a Dao domain.
That sword formation technique, although I've never heard of it, it clearly is an extremely complicated and powerful sword formation. For it to control more than 700 swords, the demands it must place on his soul and on his level of comprehension are definitely extremely high.
The short, chubby old man shook his head.
He, an early-stage Zifu disciple key refiner, was able to force the peak Zifu-level Bloodrinker Bladask to release his own sword formation to block it.
Bladask didn't have any face to remain after that, and so he immediately left.
Right. Formidable. He clearly could have just charged out of the cave, but he insisted on fighting one-on-one, fighting to the point where he forced the guardian disciple to voluntarily retreat.
These primal Taoists all sighed with praise.
Naturally, all of them took a liking to such a formidable disciple. This meant that their Black-White College would rise in power yet again.
Centuries later, perhaps the Black-White College would produce yet another formidable immortal.
We must provide him with good guidance and tutelage. This Ning has the potential to become an immortal, the black-haired, middle-aged man said.
The white-robed woman nodded.
Indeed, he must be properly guided. He can't be pampered. If we end up ruining this piece of unpolished jade, that would be a huge waste.
Tutelage was an art all its own.
Geniuses were naturally endowed with arrogance and pride, and the path of immortals was that of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. One would grow up in the midst of battle, and there was no way one could avoid establishing grudges with anyone. All these things could possibly result in a genius perishing. Ning rode atop his boat, moving straight to the very peak of the mountain.
A total of 8 people went for the trial. I wonder how many passed. Ning continued to wait there.
I wonder if that Mu Northsun was able to pass or not. Of the others, the only one who Ning had spoken with was Northsun, and he had quite a good impression of him.
Swoosh! From afar, a ray of light flew towards Ning, followed by yet another ray of light. Hey, someone passed?
Which cave was it? Which of our fellow disciples was guarding that cave?
Ning stared into the distance.
He could just barely make out the appearance of a disciple of the Black-White College. That disciple gave Ning a few curious glances, then departed.
Moments later.
Whoosh! That distant ray of light shot over. It was an azure dragon construct.
Mu Northsun.
Ning was surprised, then immediately clasped his hands.
Congratulations, felicitations.
Same to you, same to you. The white-robed youth, Northsun, landed and stored away his construct, his face filled with joy.
Brother Ning, you truly are formidable.
I was nearly defeated, but in the end, I finally managed to charge out of the caves. But you were even more formidable, you made it out so quickly.
Ning could sense the joy radiating out from Northsun as he spoke.
His eyes were filled with excitement as well.
Success! I've finally become a disciple of the Black-White College.
If Mother finds out, she will definitely be very happy.
Right. Ning nodded, his gaze growing distant.
If his own mother knew that he had become a disciple of the Black-White College, she would definitely be proud as well.
Father, Mother, just wait and see.
I, Ning, will definitely have my name be spread throughout these vast lands.
I will become one of the supreme existences of this world.
Definitely. Those disciples of Snowdragon Mountain who caused your deaths, I will definitely execute them all.
Ha ha ha.
6 figures flew out in an arcing pattern, laughing as they did so.
They instantly arrived at the top of the mountain. It was the 6 primal Taoists.
The short, pudgy, bald one laughed. This year, our Black-White College has taken in quite a few disciples, 2 at once. The black-haired, middle-aged man said, today's only the first day.
We still have 2 more days.
Oof. Everyone capable of joining our Black-White College is a true, unparalleled genius. Geniuses like that are all supremely confident, if they were to join, they would make us their very first choice.
Thus, they would come on the first day. The short, pudgy, bald man shook his head. It's been so many years, how many people ended up joining our black-white college on the second or third days?
If they did, it was only because they were delayed slightly and unable to make it.
The black-haired, middle-aged man looked towards Ning and North Sun. Ji Ning. Mu North Sun.
The two of you, starting today, are now the disciples of our black-white college. Ning and North Sun both felt surges of joy in their hearts.
The grand ceremony of formal apprenticeship will occur after the next 2 days of recruitment are finished.
The black-haired man waved his hand, and 2 insignias appeared. One side of each insignia was white, while the other side was black.
This is the insignia of our black-white college's disciples.
You can bind it now, and in the future, you will be able to freely enter many of the locations of the black-white college without being attacked by the various restrictive formations within.
All right. Ning and North Sun each accepted an insignia.
They naturally were able to easily bond it, and upon doing so, Ning could immediately sense that there was a grand formation throughout the entire black-white college. He could sense that this was a terrifying formation indeed. It encompassed the entire college, and he could sense that it acknowledged him.
Ning felt as though this insignia was quite similar to the control talisman for the underwater estate.
A disciple of the black-white college.
Ning looked at the insignia. How many people desired this insignia?
That Huachon, the black-clothed youth who had also trained to the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, he had failed, in the end. There were also several other geniuses who were even more talented than Huachon, but they had been eliminated as well. Only Ning and North Sun had been accepted as disciples of the black-white college.
Wu Xiu, we'll let you make the arrangements for their residences.
We're going back now, the bearded, middle-aged man grinned.
Yes, we're leaving. The other primal Taoists immediately flew into the air, quickly departing.
The black-haired, middle-aged man waved his hand. A mist instantly arose, lifting up the 3 of them.
Let's go.
The black-haired Wu Xiu immediately guided Ning and North Sun to fly forward. The entire black-white college is divided into multiple areas, and it has many rules. Wu Xiu waved his hand, then took out 2 books which he tossed to them. This book has the rules of our black-white college, as well as some other things which you must know.
You must memorize everything within it.
Ning and North Sun accepted the book. Lowering their heads, they saw just 2 words on the book, black and white. Atop the peak of a small mountain, there was a graceful little villa. There were multiple buildings surrounding it, but at the peak of this little mountain, Ning was the only person present.
From today onwards, I am the master of this peak. Ning stood in midair, staring down at his mountain peak.
Because the black-white college had so few formal disciples, one could choose any mountain one wanted to become one's estate.
Ning thus selected this one, giving it the name Dark North Peak.
Dark North, this was also the name of the swords he wielded. They symbolized that he would embark on a path of his own.
Dark North.
This also was the place where his parents had met and fallen in love. This was a way of memorializing his parents.
Father.
Mother. Ning was silent for quite some time as he reminisced. And then, he turned his head and immediately flew towards the skies atop his flying boat. Soon, he arrived at the formal gates to the black-white college. His Uncle White had been waiting here the entire time. Ning immediately saw that large, snowy white dog who was quietly waiting by the side of the lake.
The whitewater hound was simply standing there, waiting. Uncle White.
Ning immediately charged down.
The whitewater hound lifted his head, a questioning look in his eyes. It's done. Ning landed, then nodded.
I'm already a disciple of the black-white college. If Big Brother Ichuan knew this, he would definitely be ecstatic. The whitewater hound's eyes became filled with delight and excitement as well. The black-white college. What sort of a school was this?
The status of a formal disciple of Black-White College was far higher than that of a Wanxiang adept of an ordinary school. Right at this moment. Ah, Brother Ning, you only have eyes for this spirit beast of yours. You didn't even notice me.
A voice rang out, and Ning immediately turned to look. There was a carriage parked before the gates, and Northmont Byway was descending from that carriage.
Brother Byway. Ning immediately went to greet him.
Byway said, I expected that you would definitely become a disciple of the Black-White College, so I predicted that you would return at around nightfall.
Sorry for making you wait so long, Brother Byway, Ning said.
Byway's eyes radiated excitement as he spoke.
Not long at all.
You have no idea how happy I was as I waited. Especially towards the end, when those other geniuses emerged, like Hua Chong, Lu Shuilian. They have been famous for quite some time now, but in the end, all of them had been eliminated.
Nin nodded gently.
Hua Chong and the others you mentioned, they should have been eliminated after the final trial. Ning had a fairly deep impression regarding Hua Chong, who also had reached the 7th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and whose aunt was a primal Taoist of the school.
No matter what, they all slunk away in defeat, Byway said.
In the end, the Skysplitter Sword Sect, the 100 Flowers Fairyland, and the other schools will still accept many disciples.
Given their talent, they can easily enter.
Only the Black-White College, unless one is truly a supreme, unparalleled genius, they won't accept them. Even the most talented of geniuses must undergo a thorough examination. Given their pride, of course they came.
What a pity, what a pity.
There was no hint of pity on the face of Byway at all he had on his face was a look of schadenfreude.
Right. How many disciples did the Black-White College accept this time?
Byway hurriedly asked.
Today was the first day.
They took in 2 disciples, Ning replied.
I was one. Another is named Mu North Sun.
Byway nodded lightly.
Mu North Sun? This is a name I've never heard of before.
It seems as though some of the backwater, out-of-the-way areas will occasionally produce a supreme genius from time to time.
When you are free, why don't you bring this Mu North Sun over? We'll meet and make friends with each other. Easily done, Ning nodded.
Byway said, I came for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate you on becoming a disciple of the Black-White College.
Secondly, to ask you for some help. Ning laughed. As long as I can help, I will. Byway looked at Ning. Here's the situation. You should know that formal disciples of the Black-White College are permitted to bring in 10 retainers with them, right? Ning nodded.
10 retainers. To be a retainer of a disciple of the Black-White College was far more alluring a position than being a disciple of an ordinary school. This was because the retainer would live within the Black-White College. Even though it would be very, very hard for them to acquire any techniques, anything they did acquire would be supreme, top-tier techniques. Loan me 3 of those positions, Byway said.
You should know that I have many family and friends. There are many that I will find hard to reject, once they ask me to help. Ning laughed.
Why the courtesy?
Of the 10 positions, you can take 9 of them. Just leave 1 for me. That one.
Ning thought back to Mang Rock, who he had encountered on the road to Stillwater City. He knew that after Rock had used a forbidden technique, he had definitely harmed his own foundation.
He would most likely find it hard to join any school.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 21, Viewing the Sculpture at Night.
Chapter 21, Viewing the Sculpture at Night. Leave you with just 1?
Byway hurriedly shook his head.
How can I do that?
Although your G-clan isn't too large, you still have people who broke through to the Zifu disciple level. I imagine some of them would wish to become a retainer for a full disciple of the Black-White College. In addition, in the future, you might encounter a powerful figure who would ask you for a slot. How about this? I'll shamelessly take 5 of your retainer positions, while you hold on to the remaining 5. If, in the future, the 5 you have is insufficient, come talk to me. I'll come up with some methods for having those Zifu disciples enter a good school. But of course, they must be of the early Zifu stage.
Ning laughed, then nodded. That's fine as well.
But in truth, he really did only need a single slot. Retainers entered the Black-White College for the sake of gaining top-tier key refining techniques, but they ideally needed to be early-stage Zifu disciples as well.
If one entered as a middle-stage or late-stage Zifu disciple, one's path would have become set, there was no way to go back.
The G-Clan Zifu disciples consisted of Patriarch G9 Fire, Granny Shadow, Xing, and G Truekeep. The Patriarch and the others were all peak Zifu disciples, while Truekeep was a middle-stage Zifu disciple. Their paths were already set.
As for the younger members of the G-Clan?
For one of them to reach the Zifu disciple would probably need some time. Even if our G-Clan is capable of producing a new Zifu disciple, they can still rely on their own power to join another sect, Ning mused to himself. If my help is truly needed, in a few years, my power and status will most likely be higher as well. In his heart, though, Ning wanted to let those future descendants of the G-Clan fight for their paths. At most, he would occasionally give them some opportunities. Only when one adventured through the world by oneself would one not fear the wind and the waves of life.
All right. Bai Wei nodded.
In 2 days, after the Black-White College has concluded its recruitment cycle, I will send 5 Zifu disciples to you, as well as some ordinary commoners.
Ordinary commoners?
Ning was startled.
Bai Wei smiled.
Given how few in number the formal disciples of the Black-White College are, each of them take up an entire mountain for themselves. Although the Zifu disciple are servants and retainers, they still have to train as well.
You can't make them spend all their time boiling water, watering the plants, or doing cleaning, right?
You can give them some important tasks, but for the normal tasks, you can have the commoners carry it out.
Ning now understood. I won't tarry any longer.
Take a good stroll around the Black-White College.
Bai Wei laughed.
The Black-White diagram of the Black-White College has attracted jealousy from countless powers for many years now. Even the Grand Xiao dynasty will occasionally send people over here, begging for a chance to see the Black-White diagram. Only formal disciples like you, however, can view it whenever you want.
After speaking, Bai Wei laughed, then entered his carriage, departing.
Ning turned to look at the Whitewater Hound by his side.
Uncle White, let's go. The Whitewater Hound nodded, following him.
Right. Swoosh. The man and the snowy Whitehound both boarded a flying boat, then sped into the air at high speed. It was already dark. The Black-White College, shrouded by the night sky, appeared incomparably tranquil. Uncle White, Ning laughed, you are at the early Zifu stage.
Don't be in a hurry to train.
Soon, I will ask the school for a top-tier key refining technique for you. Thanks for taking the trouble, Ning, son.
The Whitewater Hound looked at Ning.
That child who had ridden atop his back while training in archery in the mountains had already grown up.
Had become even more powerful than the Hound's elder brother, Ichwan.
Ichwan, I will watch as Ning becomes a truly majestic, heroic figure within these lands. Ning didn't know what his Uncle White was thinking. He instructed, Uncle White, your status within the college will be that of my spirit beast, and so you'll be able to follow me around and listen to some primal Taoists and even Immortals expound on the Tao. When following me, you'll also be able to enter the various parts of the Black-White College. If you are moving about by yourself, however, you'll only be able to enter these places.
Ning waved his hand and retrieved that black and white book, flipping to one of the pages within it.
This is the map of the Black-White College. There are red lines marking the places where you, Uncle White, can go freely, Ning said.
The Whitewater Hound gave it a quick look, memorizing everything.
Thanks for taking the trouble, Ning.
Ning laughed. No trouble at all. When he looked at Uncle White, he felt as though he had returned to those days when he had lived together with Uncle White, father, and mother. His parents were now gone, and Uncle White was his closest family now. Spirit beasts and retainers were different. Retainers who wanted to train in top-tier techniques had to work hard for themselves and be acknowledged by the Black-White College. Only then might they have the rare chance to acquire a top-tier key refining technique. In addition, they would only have access to a small number of top-tier key refining techniques. The retainers had to do everything for themselves. For the formal disciples to allow them to enter the Black-White College alongside them was kindness enough. If Uncle White had entered the Black-White College as a retainer, he too could have relied on his own power, but things would have been very difficult. As for spirit beasts themselves absolutely could not acquire top-tier key refining techniques. But Ning, by paying a certain price, could ask for a key refining technique for him. It was incomparably easier for a formal disciple to acquire a top-tier key refining technique, compared to a retainer. However, given how exacting the requirements the Black-White College placed upon its formal disciples, they couldn't hurry fast enough to learn techniques and arts. How many of them would be willing to sacrifice their own advancement chances for the sake of their spirit beasts? Whoosh! The boat flew to the top of Dark North Peak. This is Dark North Peak. Ning pointed down towards the mountain peak below. From today onwards, this peak shall belong to me, Ning. Uncle White, the only people living at Dark North Peak for now are you and me. Go and get some rest. I'm going to the restricted area of the Black-White diagram to take a look, Ning said. The Black-White diagram is located in the innermost reaches of the entire Black-White College. Only formal disciples may go view it. Retainers and spirit beasts are not permitted to do so. Go. The Whitewater Hound laughed, then leapt downwards from the boat, transforming into a streak of light that landed atop Dark North Peak. Ning nodded. Whoosh! His ship immediately turned and flew towards another direction. Ning descended from the skies. This was a very wide square, and the innermost heart of the entire Black-White College, a restricted area amongst restricted areas. Even the Grand Xia dynasty or the various supreme powers would have to strive mightily and use all their connections they had in order to come view this Black-White diagram. Retainers and spirit beasts were naturally forbidden to come. The Black-White diagram? Ning stared at the giant stone wall that was erected within the center of the square. The stone was of an unknown type, it radiated an inky black aura, and was covered with dense, crisscrossing black and white lines that formed countless structures. These two different colored lines intersected in innumerable ways, but in doing so formed the image of an enormous, circular bedstone. Black. White. It was like the night and the day. Like yin and yang. Like water and fire. Like darkness and light. With Pangdu's creation of the universe, everything in the universe had a dark side and a light side. Upon seeing those crisscrossing lines, Ning felt as though a powerful aura was surging towards him, and he immediately even felt his soul begin to ache in pain. That's not right. Ning hurriedly turned around. The Black-White diagram actually has so many different lines all tangled together. Ning was secretly amazed. The stellar hall of his underwater estate allowed the various Tao paths to be completely condensed into separate lines, so that those within could separately focus on comprehending these various Taos. But as for this Black-White College, it mixed in countless Taos, and some were only fragmentary. But those various fragmentary Taos, when mixed with the other Taos, actually formed this complete Black-White bedstone diagram. Although in terms of comprehending the Tao, this Black-White diagram is inferior to the stellar hall of the underwater estate, in terms of how the various Taos complement and connect with each other, this Black-White diagram is actually on a higher level. Ning understood, however, that the stellar hall was comparatively far more valuable. The Tao was one's foundation, swordplay and techniques were all extraneous. When Ning had risen in comprehension and gained the Tao domain, he had done so because he had risen in his understanding of his Tao.
As for the likes of the water flame lotus, it was a technique that was fused from aspects of various different true meanings of the Tao. It was a matter of applying the Tao. The Tao was the foundation. Techniques were an application. The stellar hall, it separated the various different Taos, allowing others to clearly comprehend them. Its value was priceless, and it was the reason why Immortal Juhua, a loose immortal, was able to live for millions of years, so that even the princes of the Grand Xia dynasty sought to become his disciple to no avail. The black-white diagram was most likely formed by nature itself, and thus contained many different things within it. It allowed others to easily gain insights into some of those things and develop certain techniques, such as the water flame lotus. Senior apprentice brother Ning. An azure dragon construct, a figure on its back, descended from the skies. It was Mu North Sun. I didn't expect you to arrive even earlier than me, senior apprentice brother Ning. Junior apprentice brother North Sun. Ning laughed, then instructed, no matter what, don't stare directly at that black-white diagram. The Taos contained by the black-white diagram are simply too vast and unfathomable. We aren't capable of withstanding them. Just look at a small part of it at a time. Unfortunately, his words were slightly too late. As soon as he had landed, North Sun had unconsciously glanced at the black-white diagram. Naturally, in doing so, he had stared at the entire thing. Instantly, he felt the world start to spin, and his body began to slump and fall from the azure dragon construct. Clearly, in terms of the strength of his soul, he was far inferior to Ning, and so his ability to withstand the black-white diagram was weaker as well. Hearing Ning's words, North Sun hurriedly nodded. Right. We can't stare directly at the entire black-white diagram. Come. Let's view it slowly. Ning immediately walked past the stone wall. He stood next to the black-white diagram and began to inspect it closely. Actually, next to it, there were two other walls to the left and to the right of it, made from similarly unusual materials which radiated white light. Ning could sense that these three stone walls all had incredibly powerful formations overlaid atop them. Most likely, the Immortals of the entire Black-White College paid extremely close attention to this place. After all, the Black-White College had only risen to power after acquiring the Black-White diagram. This was their life, their heart. Each new Immortal of the Black-White College had frenetically added their own powerful formations to seal the diagram, causing it to become terrifyingly powerful by now. Upon being activated, the formations of countless elders of the Black-White College would simultaneously explode. Most likely, even celestial immortals would find it hard to survive. A three-sided wall. One is the black-white diagram, while the other two must have been left behind by the previous immortals. Ning glanced at it all. The three-sided stone walls were all more than 300 meters wide, and they were covered with dense, clustered words, most likely more than 10,000 utterances. From this, one could estimate how many immortals had been born from the Black-White College. Ning's gaze quickly halted at one of the corners of the black-white diagram. He began staring at a small part of it, focusing on that part. The white lines and black lines intersected, they were opposite, and yet alike. A sensation of the marvels of nature completely engulfed Ning. North Sun, by his side, was absorbed by the black-white diagram as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 22, The Words Left by an Immortal. Chapter 22, The Words Left by an Immortal. Throughout the history of the Black-White College, whenever a disciple came to view the black-white diagram for the first time, they would gain from it the experience they had accumulated normally, the insights they had gained normally. Upon viewing the black-white diagram, they would gain corresponding enlightenment. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ning sat there in the lotus position, meditating as water flame lotuses began to form around him. One petal after another blossomed, slowly swiveling about him. A total of 6 layers of petals had formed, but suddenly, all 6 layers vanished, reforming into 4 layers which appeared even more real and solid than the 6. Time flowed on.
In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Whoosh! The 4 quite solid-seeming layers of petals vanished as well, reforming into a total of 2 layers of petals. One of 2 layers of lotus petals was formed from red petals, while the other was formed from green petals. The 2 looked identical to the lotus petals of a real lotus flower. Rustle! The lotus flower slowly swiveled, and the grinding, killing power of the 2 layers of lotus petals grew increasingly powerful. The lotus petals became increasingly clear and lifelike, especially the green lotus petals. Slowly, it continued to grow so lifelike that one could see the plant veins as well. Even at close range, most would probably take it to be a naturally grown lotus petal. Ning suddenly woke up, then nodded gently. I gained from my previously accumulated experiences. It seems as though my understanding of the Tao has reached a bottleneck in terms of being able to combine water, fire, and wind. He looked towards the nearby moon North Sun. North Sun was still absorbed in his trance, appearing either drunk or mesmerized. I have the stellar hall in my underwater estate. Although the black-white diagram is of use to me, it isn't as useful as it was to North Sun. Ning turned to walk to the stone wall on the other side. This wall was covered with words left behind by countless generations of immortals. One row after another of words. The path of immortal cultivation is the Tao of the grand struggle. These are the words of 5 disgraces. The powerful intent that surged forth from these characters made Ning feel as though he could see an immortal cultivator who was constantly advancing, struggling against the heavens, against the earth, against other men, against monsters. Consider all things carefully, but act with bravery and resoluteness. An invisible, grim callousness radiated from these words. Where my heart leads me is where I shall go. A confident, prideful aura radiated from these words, as though no one could block him from moving forward on the path which his Tao heart had decided upon. Any who tried would be slaughtered. All mortal and worldly things shall decay. I ask for just 2 words: immortal life. Domineering, arrogant, fierce, leisurely, calm, simple. The words left behind by the immortals of the black-white diagram caused Ning's Tao heart to be baptized time and time again. He felt as though he could look past time itself to ages past, as though he could watch as these immortal cultivators held firm to their own Tao hearts and embarked on their own paths. Such powerful, resolved, and untainted Tao hearts, Ning murmured to himself. Power. Resolve. Purity. These were the things Ning sensed from the words left behind by these immortals. Anyone capable of becoming an immortal had understood his or her own heart long ago, and knew what their heart's desire was. In addition, their Tao hearts would be incomparably pure and resolved. They wouldn't succumb to temptations or let themselves be led astray. The passage of countless years had caused their Tao hearts to grow incomparably strong. But if the Tao hearts of these immortals somehow grew bewildered, then their faith in themselves would collapse, and they might lose everything they had built up over 1,000 years. In fact, in the worst-case scenarios, they might not even be able to control the incomparably powerful elemental ki in their bodies, resulting in death. From this, one could see that the path of immortal cultivation was an extremely difficult path. It was the path of challenging destiny. The only desire in my heart is to be carefree, to be able to do as I please. I only ask that my destiny be in my own hands. As Ning continued to read, his own Tao heart grew increasingly pure as well. The pain and agony he had suffered in his previous life made it so that he was not willing to submit to fate. Not willing to allow his destiny to be controlled by others. In this life, his parents had both died. This caused Ning to feel an even greater desire for the ability to not be controlled by destiny. However, if one wished to surpass the bonds of fate, then one would have to gain tremendous power. Only by being powerful would one truly be carefree and be able to act as one pleased. Ning read the words of one immortal after another. Although immortal cultivators read very quickly, by the time he finished reading that section of the wall, it was already very late at night. Ning turned to look at North Sun. North Sun continued to sit there in the lotus position, staring at the black-white diagram.
Around him were various parts and pieces that were formed from natural, elemental energy. The countless parts and pieces sometimes joined together and sometimes split apart, forming dragons, tigers, serpents, turtles, all sorts of monstrous beasts and strange creatures appeared, constantly forming and reforming.
He's making a breakthrough. Junior apprentice brother Northsun's insights have reached a tipping point.
Ning felt secret admiration. He had spent less than 2 hours in meditation, but his junior apprentice brother Northsun had spent far more time than he had in comprehending the black-white diagram.
The other stone wall.
Ning turned to look at the final, third stone wall. The words left behind by the various immortals were actually meant to help refine the Dao hearts of their successors. For juniors whose Dao hearts were not sufficiently stable, it could have the effect of helping them to constantly train and test their hearts. Thus, although the black-white diagram served as the foundation of the black-white college, the words left behind by these immortals to train the Dao hearts of their successors could also be considered one of the important things which this supreme, top-tier school relied upon as it passed down its traditions over the course of countless years.
This, too, was their foundation. The night sky.
A short old man, dressed in ragged beggar's clothes, stood atop the clouds, holding a calabash of wine and appearing quite at ease. He seemed to be the very center of the world around him, as though everything would obey his commands. This natural feeling of dominance, of power, it gave the short old man an aura that was definitely not inferior to Northmont black tigers, and perhaps even more astonishing and terrifying.
However, as long as one was not too close to him, one couldn't sense his majestic presence at all. I've overcome the 9th century tribulation. What a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
The short old man shook his head, seeming completely delighted with himself. I'll have 900 more years of good living. Raising his head, he gargled in a large mouthful of immortal wine.
Ah!
The short old man suddenly halted, staring down at the black-white diagram below him.
2 youngsters?
The short old man nodded slightly.
Come to think of it, today is the day in which our black-white college is accepting new recruits. It seems these 2 are new disciples.
This old Taoist wants to take a good look at them.
That white-robed kid, he walks the Tao of constructs?
And he seems quite impressive, quite talented, in fact. It seems as though although I have been in seclusion for many years, the quality of the disciples of our black-white college hasn't dropped in the slightest. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Ning, who was staring at the stone wall with writing atop it.
That kid dressed in furs, he's actually reading those words that were left behind? Can it be that he has finished viewing the black-white diagram?
I wonder how long that kid viewed the black-white diagram for, and how his potential is. The longer one was able to view the black-white diagram, the more one would gain from it. Ning continued to read the words left behind by the immortals on the wall.
Every single character was a representation of the path an immortal had followed.
Amongst these immortals, there was only a single celestial immortal, the rest were all loose immortals or earth immortals. From this, one could tell how difficult it was for someone to truly escape the confines of the 3 realms and no longer be bound by the 5 elements. Ning looked towards a new line of words, but as soon as his gaze fell upon it, he suddenly felt as though a sword was being pointed at his eyes. My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices. These are the words of Northwalker. A very simple line of words. Ning stared at this line of words, left behind by immortal Northwalker, and could vaguely sense the powerful energy emanating from these words. As Ning carefully sensed and probed it with his own soul, instantly, a powerful aura instantly sprang out from these words, completely filling his consciousness. A silver-haired old man stood in the void, a sword in his hand. Hua! His entire body became filled with a heaven-towering sword ki, as though he himself had transformed into an enormous sword. What a sharp sword! When Ning saw the silver-haired elder, he had the feeling as though the elder himself was a sword as well, and the most indestructible, the toughest, the most overbearing sword in existence at that.
In fact, Ning even felt as though nothing could possibly withstand this silver-haired elder. Ning trained in the sword ever since he was young. The sword was the weapon of his choice, and his father had personally taught him. By now, Ning had the heart of a true swordsman. When he saw this figure, who appeared to be the utmost embodiment of that which swordsmen aspire to become, the desire Ning felt in his heart and the sincerity he felt towards the sword slowly began to transform, causing that aura that had filled him to begin to resonate with him. Eh? That fur-clad the short old man in the clouds above stared down in shock. Is this? Ning, in the plaza below, was standing next to one of the giant stone wall, and on that stone wall, a certain line of characters was slowly beginning to glow and radiate light. The characters were, "My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices." These are the words of Northwalker. Every single character was lighting up, and a powerful sword intent completely filled each and every one of them. Ning just stood there, his entire body faintly radiating a sword intent as well. The two had actually begun to resonate with each other. The sword intent radiating from Ning was far from being able to compare to the heaven-shaking profoundness of the line of characters, but without question, the sword intent radiating from him was resonating with that of the wall. He actually managed to activate the sword intent ripples left behind by Senior Northwalker? The short elder stared downwards in astonishment. Although Immortal Northwalker was a loose immortal, it could be said that within the Black-White College, his status was comparable to that celestial immortals, and in fact, his influence was even a bit greater. He had lived for over 1,000,000 years before finally perishing under the weight of the increasingly powerful heaven-sent 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. A loose immortal who had survived for 1,000,000 years? This was something out of the legends. Loose immortals capable of surviving for 100,000 years were already incredibly powerful figures. Afterwards, surviving for another 100,000 would be very difficult. Loose immortals that had survived for 200,000 years and 300,000 years, they were all completely different, but the longer they lived, the more terrifying their power was. Loose immortals who crossed the threshold of 1,000,000 years were absolutely comparable to celestial immortals. However, in terms of the foundation of their elemental key, they were clearly weaker than celestial immortals. The reason they were said to be comparable was because in terms of their comprehension of the Tao, their degree of enlightenment, and their techniques, they were superior to celestial immortals. This was why, despite being mere loose immortals, they were comparable to celestial immortals. Sword intent? The sword intent ripples are this strong? The short old man stared, wide-eyed, at the scene below. Within Ning's consciousness, the sword intents of himself and the words had reached an astonishing level of resonance. The figure of that silver-haired elder in his mind suddenly began to move and display sword techniques. At the same time, he began to chant out the words to a song. What is the purpose of a life lived? All I ask for is to be joyful. Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate all injustices. Exterminate all those who deserve killing. Only then will I be exultant. As loose immortals, there is no path to immortality. Thus, better to live passionately for a day, than to live a century while stifled. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. The name of this sword technique is the 3-foot sword. The voice of the old man echoed within the vast, empty void of Ning's consciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 23, Immortal Diensai. Chapter 23, Immortal Diensai. The short elder clutched that gourd of wine in his hands, but completely forgot to drink from it. He stared downwards towards the fur-clad youth. The sword intent radiating from the youth was incomparably firm and resolved, and it continuously resonated with the glowing words on the stone wall. Epical transmission. Senior Northwalker is transmitting his sword intent to him. And, from the looks of it, this fur-clad youth seems to be receiving it with ease. Clearly, he too has the heart of a true sword immortal.
The short elder took a deep breath, tamping down his excitement, then turned and sent mentally with a howl, "Junior apprentice brother Diensai, hurry the hell out! Hurry the hell out! Hurry the hell out!" His voice transmitted through the air, past countless layers of restrictive spells, and entered the ears of a black-robed, black-haired man who was currently seated in the lotus position atop a jade bed. Eh? The black-haired man revealed a hint of puzzlement in his eyes as he opened them. But then, a look of understanding appeared. It seems as though Senior Apprentice Brother 5 Craze has successfully endured the Great Tribulation which occurs every 9 centuries. And he seems to be in quite a good mood. The black-robed, black-haired man took a single step forward, then disappeared from his room. The night sky. The black-robed, black-haired man strode through the skies, moving 100 kilometers with each step. If one didn't stare at him carefully, it would seem as though he wasn't even present. Senior Apprentice Brother 5 Craze, the black-haired, black-clothed man said. The short old man gave him a glance, blinked, then mumbled to himself, "You freak. You are growing more and more powerful. It's been less than a century since we last met, but you've reached such a level of power. After I entered the Black-White College, you are the only one I have met who I believe has a great chance of becoming a celestial immortal. The path to becoming a celestial immortal is incomparably difficult. All I can do is strive as much as I can and to use all my power to attain that goal." The black-haired, black-clothed man laughed. "Your junior apprentice brother has to congratulate you, Senior Apprentice Brother 5 Craze. You once again overcame the 9th century tribulation. I didn't call you over to chat about becoming a celestial immortal." The short elder pointed downwards. "Quick, look." Immortal Diensai stared downwards. There were 2 people in the plaza. One was currently meditating in front of the black-white diagram, clearly reaping great rewards from it, while the other was in front of one of the stone walls with words left behind by the Immortals. A line of characters atop that stone wall was currently glowing with light, and the light from each character was incomparably blinding. At the same time, surges of deep, powerful sword intent radiated from the characters. The line of words was, "My 3-foot sword in hand, I shall exterminate all injustices." These are the words of Northwalker. Senior Northwalker's epical transmission? Immortal Diensai was stunned. He was an absolute genius which even the Black-White College saw only once in a million years, and the member of the Black-White College with the greatest chance of becoming a celestial immortal. When Immortal Diensai had originally entered the Black-White College, he, too, had received an epical transmission from Immortal Northwalker. In the past, you received the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker, right? The short old man laughed. Right. Immortal Diensai stared down carefully towards that fur-clad youth. His gaze was extremely focused, he was carefully weighing this youth. Who is he? Immortal Diensai finally spoke out. The short elder knew that Immortal Diensai was asking about the fur-clad youth below, and he shook his head and said, "How should I know? I just came out from seclusion and happened upon him by chance, and so I immediately called for you. However, today is the day in which our college accepts new disciples. I imagine this youth should be a newly admitted student." Immortal Diensai nodded slowly. All the higher-level members of the Black-White College knew that ever since Immortal Diensai had entered the school and received the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker, and had learned about the life of Senior Northwalker, he had felt incomparable respect and veneration for him. Diensai had considered himself to be Northwalker's apprentice, and had frantically sought out any information he could find about Northwalker, as well as regarding his sword techniques. He had even visited all of the places which his revered master, Northwalker, had ever traveled to, in the hope of finding his tracks. During this process, Immortal Diensai had grown more and more powerful, to the point where he could be described as the second coming of Senior Northwalker. All the Immortals of the Black-White College acknowledged him as the one amongst them with the highest chances of becoming a celestial immortal. Well, will you take him as your disciple? The short elder chortled, lifting his gourd of wine up and taking 2 drinks. This junior apprentice brother Dian-sai of his had never before accepted a disciple, because junior apprentice brother Dian-sai had once said, only someone who had also received the epical transmission of senior Northwalker's sword intent could become his disciple. Immortal Dian-sai had trained for less than 1,000 years. During the course of these 1,000 years, there had been quite a few who had sensed the unusualness of that line of characters, but none of them were capable of receiving the sword intent transmission.
He's not bad. Immortal Dian-sai nodded gently.
Only, I still need to watch him to determine whether or not I will take him as a disciple.
The short old man shook his head. Your standards really are high. Immortal Dian-sai didn't respond. He continued to focus on the fur-clad youth below. He watched in silence. But suddenly,
rumble, the glowing characters on the stone wall suddenly flared with blinding brilliance, to the point where the characters themselves, formed from light, seemed to leap out of the stone wall. One character of light after another hung there in midair.
Hand wheel 3.
Every single character radiated with blinding light. They seemed to be characters, but every single stroke of the characters contained the shadow of a sword, as though these were words formed from countless sword shadows. The 3-foot sword technique. The complete 3-foot sword technique. Immortal Dian-sai's eyes were shining, and a look of shock and delight was in them. That sword technique, that's the legendary 3-foot sword technique. The short old man didn't appear to be the slightest bit relaxed as well, and his eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and ardor. Swoosh! 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 At virtually the same instant, 3 more figures suddenly appeared in the night sky. One was an old man with a long beard, a crown on his head, and who had an extraordinary bearing. When he strode forward, it was as though an emperor was walking past, naturally capable of commanding a realm. The second was a childish-looking boy who radiated an inexhaustible frigid aura, and whose eyes appeared incomparably ancient. The third was a tall, muscular man whose entire body was covered with chains. The 3 of them all stared downwards. The 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword has once more revealed itself to the world. Our Black-White College has recruited yet another incredible disciple. The 3 stared downwards towards Ning, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Immortal Dian-sai and the short elder also stared downwards. The 5 of them didn't say a single word. Swoosh! Suddenly, yet another figure appeared in the air. This was a white-robed youth who was incomparably handsome, almost devilishly so. The white-robed youth appeared, then immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Masters."
Don't say a thing.
The short elder immediately gestured at him.
The white-robed youth nodded.
Although he had the exalted status of headmaster of the Black-White College, in front of these 5, he still showed the respect due to seniors. He stood there obediently, not saying anything further. Handwheel 3-foot sword kill. The characters formed from sword shadows hung there in the air, radiating light. But suddenly, all of the glowing characters flew straight towards Ning's eyeballs. Ning shut his eyes. And then, in the same instant, the glowing line of words atop the stone wall suddenly dimmed, becoming ordinary-looking and no longer emanating any radiance or aura whatsoever. Perhaps, when the time was right and when yet another disciple capable of receiving its sword intent transmission appeared, it would once more display its extraordinariness.
It's over.
The short old man laughed. Senior Northwalker's complete 3-foot sword has been transmitted to this kid.
Right.
The complete 3-foot sword. The bearded, crowned elder sighed with emotion as well.
How many years has it been?
The last time the 3-foot sword emerged was nearly 30 million years ago. Finally, yet another disciple has inherited the complete 3-foot sword, but the 3-foot sword, it exterminated countless vile demons, and killed until the heavens grew dim and the earth turned dark. It killed so many that even the entire Grand Xia dynasty was shocked, and it even slaughtered a path out of our very world of existence. The tall, muscular man who was covered in those bizarre chains spoke in a low, rumbling voice as well. His eyes were filled with eagerness as well. They were all immortals, but the difference in their power was great. Immortal Northwalker was at a level where he was no weaker than a celestial immortal, and where even some celestial immortals would be afraid of him. For someone like him, killing an ordinary loose immortal or earth immortal was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. This was precisely why, despite the passage of countless years, the Black-White College continued to feel the utmost of veneration for Immortal Northwalker. In fact, he was the only person in the entire history of the Black-White College whose status was considered to be even higher than that of the celestial immortal they had produced. The 3-foot sword. Immortal Diantsai spoke very slowly. According to the legends, it has a total of 9 stanzas. The first 6 stanzas are recorded in the secret annals of our Black-White College, but the final 3 stanzas, they were what Immortal Northwalker truly relied on when he roamed the world and dominated it with invincibility. They were impossible to record down through words and pictures. The only way one can receive them is through the profounder than profound epical transmission. This child has the heart of a sword immortal. The bearded elder stared downwards at Ning. In addition, his Dao heart is incomparably firm and pure, and his soul is very powerful. Only one who fulfills all 3 criteria can receive a technique such as this 3-foot sword. The juvenile-looking boy nodded. In each generation, our Black-White College has a good number of disciples who have firm Dao hearts and powerful souls, but the heart of a sword immortal, this is too rare, too rare. The heart of a sword immortal represents the true essence of a swordsman, that which stems from the heart. The short old man said with a sigh, in addition, being able to develop the heart of a sword immortal is a prerequisite for embarking on one of the grand Daos, the Dao of the sword. Junior apprentice brother Diantsai, are you going to accept this excellent disciple or not? If you won't, I will, the bearded elder said with a laugh. The juvenile-looking boy's eyes were blazing. Junior apprentice brother Diantsai, I'll take this disciple. Although he isn't able to execute the 3-foot sword right now, it has already been imprinted onto his soul. Once he reaches the proper level, he'll be able to execute it. I am quite eager to have the chance to cultivate a sword immortal who will be in possession of the 3-foot sword, but... Junior apprentice brother Diantsai, all of them spoke out. But Immortal Diantsai just glanced out of the corner of his eyes at the 4. I haven't even taken a single disciple. Are you all going to fight with me over him? The other 4 all laughed. Jade C. Immortal Diantsai looked towards the white-robed youth. Uncle Master. The white-robed youth immediately nodded. Immortal Diantsai chuckled, then asked, who is that young fellow below us? The white-robed youth, Taoist Jade C, immediately responded, he is one of the 2 disciples which our Black-White College has just accepted. His name is Ning, and he comes from a minor tribe, the Ji clan, which lives in the Swallow Mountain region of our Stillwater Commandery. His parents are already deceased. Ever since he was young, he displayed astonishing, unparalleled talents, and at the age of 11, he executed the Zifu disciple, Beizishan, who was being pursued by the Rain Dragon Guard. Then, because Immortal Fire Dragon made a breakthrough in the territory of the Ji clan and caused an elemental or mind to appear, a local branch of Snowdragon Mountain sought to annihilate the Ji clan, but the end result was that Snowdragon Mountain lost a Wanxiang adept and more than 20 Zifu disciples. The main reason why Snowdragon Mountain suffered such a catastrophic loss was this Ning. Afterwards, he became friends with Northmont Baiwei, who was of the direct, primary lineage of the Northmont clan. He engaged in a battle in the Carefree Caverns, and during the battle revealed that he was already at the level of comprehending a Dao domain. He is currently 16 years of age. The other person who entered our Black-White College, Mu Northsun, is 14 years of age. The 5 immortals, upon hearing this information, all nodded. Ning's growth rate was monstrous and astonishing in the ears of others, but in the eyes of these immortals of the Black-White College, Ning's growth rate was just decent at best. After all, they had all even seen quite a few reincarnated immortals. This Ning shall be my disciple. Immortal Diantsai glanced at the surrounding individuals. My 4 senior apprentice brothers, please support me in this. Haha.
I thought you'd never take on a disciple, junior apprentice brother Dian Sai. I won't fight with you over him. You have gained the deepest level of insight regarding the swordplay of Senior Northwalker. If you don't teach this boy, who will? If I taught him, wouldn't I hamper his progress? And so, over the course of this conversation amongst immortals, Ning's future master had been determined, just like that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 24, The Grand Admission Ceremony. Chapter 24, The Grand Admission Ceremony. It was late at night. There were only 2 disciples of the Black-White College located in the plaza which held the Black-White diagram. Ning slowly opened his eyes. Although it was a late night in the 12th lunar month, and it was extremely cold, Ning's heart was filled with a scorching heat. He stared at the words left behind by Immortal Northwalker, hidden amongst the countless words left behind on the stone wall, and his emotions continued to fluctuate for a time. My sword is the joyous sword, the sword of passion, the sword which exterminates all injustices. It is better to live passionately for a day, than to live a century while stifled. Ning still remembered with perfect clarity that vision of that silver-haired old figure, who seemed to be as exalted as the heavens themselves. He clearly remembered that heaven-surging sword intent, clearly remembered that sword technique. All of these things had been deeply engraved in his heart. What level of swordcraft is this? Comparing my swordcraft to it would truly be like comparing the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the full moon. Ning's heart was surging with emotions, and his eyes were filled with boundless admiration. Suddenly, Ning's ear twitched. He immediately turned, only to see a white-robed figure walk over from afar. Eh? Ning was startled. Today, the only 2 new students should have been himself and Moon North Sun. Aside from the 2 of them, who else would come here in the dead of night? The white-robed youth walked over from afar, and as he did, Ning felt as though endless, boundless waves were slowly surging towards him in a crushing flow. The entire world seemed to have transformed into waves, but when they reached Ning, things grew clear once more. There were no waves at all, just that white-robed youth walking towards him. How terrifying! Ning felt alarm in his heart. Although there was no oppressive, dominating aura, the sense of danger which this white-robed youth had given him wasn't one whit inferior to that which Northmont Black Tiger had given him. In addition, this white-robed youth was handsome to the point of being devilish. Ning clasped his hands in a salute. This junior, Ning, pays his respects to you, senior. Before coming, Ning had already received an intelligence report from Northmont by way regarding the school. Based on the information in that report, Ning already had an idea as to who this person was. My Taoist title is Jade C, the white-robed youth said. I am fortunate enough to hold the position of headmaster for now. Ning responded with respect, greetings, headmaster. The headmaster of the Black-White College, Taoist Jade C, was naturally a truly influential and powerful figure within Stillwater Commandery. Headmaster, junior apprentice brother Northsun is. Ning looked towards Northsun, who was still absorbed in meditation in front of the black-white diagram, seeming to be drunken or dazed. No need to disturb him, the headmaster, Taoist Jade C, said while shaking his head. You are the one I've come to visit. As he spoke, a scroll appeared in front of Taoist Jade C. He then extended his arm, even more pure in jade white than most women's, and the scroll floated towards Ning. Ning respectfully accepted it. After reading it, you will understand. Taoist Jade C looked towards Ning. As the epical heir of Immortal Northwalker, you must not be indolent. Remember. After finishing reading this scroll, destroy it. After speaking, Headmaster Taoist Jade C turned and departed, quickly disappearing from Ning's field of vision. Ning stood there, stunned. Epical heir? Could not be indolent? Ning immediately unfurled the hidebound scroll. This scroll was made from the hide of an ordinary animal, but the words and information atop it instantly drew Ning's attention. Immortal Northwalker? A look of delight appeared on Ning's face. He had been wanting to learn more regarding this immortal Northwalker. The upper part of this hidebound scroll described Immortal Northwalker's experiences as he grew in power, as well as some notable events he had been involved in. Ning was completely engrossed and mesmerized by the information within. This was a true legend. The legend which the entire Black-White College held in the greatest respect. In acting, one should act as Senior Northwalker did, Ning murmured softly to himself. When Senior Northwalker acted, he did so in a manner which could be described in 2 words, straightforward and passionate. That was the only thing he cared about, to the point where, when he saw the disciples of a supreme clan acting in sinful, wicked ways, he annihilated them all in his anger and even destroyed their souls. This resulted in him being pursued and attacked by this supreme clan, a pursuit which lasted for centuries. Immortal Northwalker had even been forced to flee from this major world, but over the course of this pursuit, he had grown more and more powerful. Afterwards, when he had returned, many of the powerful experts of that supreme clan were killed or injured, and in the end, they had been forced to lower their heads and admit defeat, paying reparations and reconciling themselves to him. I wonder which supreme clan it was, Ning mused to himself. This scroll didn't record their name. Clearly, they don't want for this matter to become public. Most likely, this was part of the reconciliation process that occurred. Given what a massive battle this had been, clearly, that supreme clan was truly incredible as well. At the same time, it also demonstrated how straightforward and passionate Immortal Northwalker's actions were. He truly did act to exterminate all injustice. The middle of the scroll recorded a dialogue. A junior disciple posed a query to Immortal Northwalker. Countless vile actions were being carried out in this vast world. If one always went to exterminate evildoers, how could one possibly ever kill them all? Immortal Northwalker had responded thusly: the number of sins and wicked deeds carried out in this vast world are numerous beyond count, and I can't be bothered to take charge of all matters in this world. Any injustices that I personally encounter, however, I will naturally exterminate, and so return joy and passion to myself. His meaning was simple and clear. If he didn't personally encounter injustice, he couldn't be bothered with it. But if he did? That would ruin his mood, and he would exterminate it. He truly did live a carefree life, or he did as he pleased. Ning felt admiration for the man. After reading through the records of Immortal Northwalker, Ning turned to the bottom part of the scroll, which began to introduce the 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword had a total of 9 stances, and was the supreme technique which Immortal Northwalker had used to stun the entire Grand Xia dynasty. It was the distilled essence of his million-plus years of experience, and it was so powerful that even Immortal Northwalker himself was unable to completely record down this technique in a manuscript for transmission to later descendants. The Dao repository vault of the Black-White College only held the first 6 stances of the 3-foot sword. To this very day, no one was capable of recording down the final 3 stances in written form. However, those words left behind on the stone wall had been personally penned by Immortal Northwalker. Only when there was a sword-intent resonance would an epical transmission occur, and could the 3-foot sword be transmitted. So that's how it works. Occasionally, a later disciple of the Black-White College will receive an epical transmission, but even if they do, it's quite rare for them to obtain the complete sword technique. The last time a complete sword technique was transmitted was more than 30 million years ago. Upon reading this, Ning finally understood how astonishing a gain he had just reaped. Ning also now understood why Headmaster Taoist Jade Si had given him this scroll. It was precisely because of how important the Yi 3-foot sword was. If some of the enemy powers were to learn that the Black-White College had produced yet another genius who had gained the complete legacy of the Yi 3-foot sword, they would probably use any means at their disposal to ensure that this genius would fall early on. Thus, this news absolutely could not be publicized. But of course, he could still use the 3-foot sword. After all, the Dao repository vault had the secret manuals for the first 6 stances of the 3-foot sword. As for using the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword, if the situation called for it, then there was no need to keep the secret any longer. Once one possessed the power of the 7th stance of the 3-foot sword,
then one would already be standing at a peak of power. After all, the 7th stance was already something which even Immortal Northwalker was unable to commit to paper. From this, one could imagine how powerful it was.
2 more hours passed. Only now did North Sun completely come to his senses. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
North Sun's eyes were blazing as he turned to look at the nearby Ning. He immediately called out in excitement, "Senior apprentice brother G Ning, this black-white diagram is simply too helpful in training.
I feel as though I have made tremendous progress in the Tao of constructs."
But immediately afterwards, North Sun realized something. Ning had awoken before he did.
Most likely, he hadn't gained as much from the black-white diagram as North Sun himself did. This made North Sun feel rather embarrassed.
"Indeed, I've gained much," Ning said with a laugh.
"It's late. I imagine that it will be dawn soon. Junior apprentice brother North Sun, it's time to get some rest.
2 days later, we'll go to the headmaster's palace."
"Right." North Sun nodded.
"Also," Ning warned, "these words left behind by Immortals all have quite a history and are worthy of you viewing." North Sun walked the Tao of constructs. Naturally, he wouldn't have the heart of a sword immortal and wouldn't be able to receive the legacy of the Immortal Northwalker. However, although Ning had received the epical transmission of Immortal Northwalker, it could very well be that there were other legacies left behind by other ancestors of the school on the stone wall.
"Right. It's almost dawn.
I'll come here in the future and read through them slowly," North Sun said with a laugh.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
The two left, one on a wooden boat, the other on an azure dragon construct. They each headed towards their own abodes. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. As had been predicted, on the 2nd and 3rd days, there were no applicants who were qualified to become formal disciples of the Black-White College. Thus, this year, the only new disciples of the Black-White College were Ji Ning and Mu North Sun.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot!
Ning and North Sun were streaking through the air above the Black-White College like 2 streaks of light, moving directly towards the headmaster's palace.
Senior apprentice brother Ji Ning.
North Sun's eyes were filled with eagerness.
"Today, we will receive black-white pellets.
We'll be able to enter the Tao repository vault and exchange it for key refining techniques or secret immortal techniques.
In addition, we will be paying our respects to our masters. We don't even know who they will be yet."
"Right. I wonder who will be my master," Ning mused in a soft voice.
Master.
For an immortal practitioner to acknowledge a master was completely different from how he had acknowledged Blindfish to be his master when learning archery as a child. Archery was just the technique of an ordinary mortal, but your master on the immortal path, what they passed down to you would help you on your road to becoming an immortal. The value of this benevolence shown was far greater, and most likely the relationship between a master and apprentice would persist for centuries or even millennia.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Ning and North Sun landed in front of the headmaster's hall. Quite a few formal disciples had already gathered together within the headmaster's hall, at least 100 or more. They were casually chatting amongst themselves, and all of them had extraordinary demeanors. When Ning and North Sun entered the palace, quite a few of the formal disciples turned to glance at them. Most of them had kind looks in their eyes, and they nodded slightly, signifying greetings. It seems only part of the formal disciples of the Black-White College have come, Ning mused to himself.
It makes sense.
Immortal practitioners can't always be staying within the school, I imagine many are outside. Each year, there would be a grand ceremony for admitting new disciples. But sometimes immortal practitioners would enter closed-door meditation for decades, thus, attendance at this sort of ceremony was not too important. Those who could come would, if one couldn't, it didn't matter much. Still, for most, as long as they weren't engaged in any pressing matters within the school, they would still come and pay their respects at the headmaster's palace.
"The headmaster is coming," someone suddenly called out.
Ning and the others immediately turned to look. A white-robed youth was descending from midair, and there were multiple figures behind him.
All of them were primal Taoists of the Black-White College. This entire group of primal Taoists descended en masse. According to the normal customs of the Black-White College, new disciples of the college will generally take on primal Taoists as masters, Ning mused to himself. The primal Taoists of the Black-White College were not like those of ordinary schools. Some of them had such astonishing power that they were comparable to ordinary immortals. Thus, being able to become a disciple of a primal Taoist of the Black-White College was quite a fortunate affair. I wonder which one of them will be my master. Ning swept his gaze past all of the primal Taoists, including the headmaster, Taoist Jade. He began to privately guess at which of them it would be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 25, Taoist title, Dark North. Chapter 25, Taoist title, Dark North. Taoist Jade sat on high in the headmaster's seat, staring downwards towards the primal Taoists, who had lined up into 2 rows. Beneath the palace was a group of Wanxiang adepts and Zifu disciples. Within the Black-White College, the various disciples were primarily divided into 3 generations of status. The Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts were considered to be of the same generation of status, and could refer to each other as junior or senior fellow disciples. This was because it was extremely easy for any of these Zifu disciples to reach the Wanxiang adept level. Primal Taoists were on a higher level. Immortals, in turn, had the highest status. Generally speaking, when disciples like Ning met with an immortal, they would address them as patriarch, while when they met with a primal Taoist, they would address them as uncle master. But of course, if one was able to take on an immortal as one's master, they would naturally refer to that immortal as master. Still, in addressing other immortals, one would still use the term patriarch. Generally speaking, status amongst immortal practitioners was determined by strength and power, and they each befriended people on the same level of power. Everyone, Taoist Jade said, seated atop his high chair, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Our Black-White College has taken on 2 new disciples. The skinny, fur-clad one on the left is Ning. Ning gaped. Skinny? Well, it made sense. It wouldn't be appropriate to refer to him as the youth either. The one on the right, the even skinnier one who was dressed in white robes, is named Mu North Sun, Taoist Jade said. North Sun blinked as well. Even skinnier? The 100+ disciples within the palace all began to laugh, and looks of amusement had appeared on the faces of the primal Taoists as well. Clearly, they all knew what sort of a character their headmaster, Taoist Jade was. Taoist Jade grinned as he looked towards Ning and North Sun as well. The people present within this palace today consist of a portion of the disciples of our Black-White College. Many are either in closed-door meditation or wandering the world. In the future, you will meet them all. From today onwards, you are all members of the Black-White College. We must be of one mind and one heart. It is forbidden for members of the college to engage in fratricide. Understood. Ning and North Sun both immediately acknowledged these words. Taoist Jade continued, Then let us begin the oath of blood. Ning and North Sun glanced at each other. They immediately stretched out one finger from their right hands, and a drop of fresh blood emerged from their fingers. Let our heart's blood bear testament, and let the Tao of the heavens stand witness. I, Ning, Mu North Sun, willingly and freely join the Black-White College. As disciples of the Black-White College, I shall obey the rules of the Black-White College. A nameless, ancient aura began to circulate throughout the hall. Nobody else said a word, the only ones speaking were Ning and North Sun, and their voices echoed within the Grand Palace. An oath of blood, sworn to the Tao of the heavens. This was a mighty oath that absolutely could not be forsworn. This was also the reason why it was extremely rare for someone to betray their school in the Grand Xia dynasty. If one did betray one's school, even before the school came to punish them, the punishment of the Tao of heaven would have already slain the traitor. But of course, if the school had wronged the disciple, or if it had expelled the disciple,
then it would no longer be the disciple's fault. Since every single disciple was willing to swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens, it was still quite fair. After hearing the swearing of the oath of blood to the Tao of the heavens, Taoist Jade C nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You have now formally joined our school. Since you have joined us, you need to choose your Taoist titles. Each of you can choose a title you like. Ning and North Sun both began to ponder this. A Taoist title, for example, Taoist Jadasia's Taoist title was Jade C, and Immortal Fire Dragon's Taoist title was Fire Dragon. If you don't wish to choose a Taoist title, you can use your own given name as your Taoist title, Taoist Jade C said with a laugh. There are some disciples who are accustomed to using their own names and unaccustomed to Taoist titles. There are thus quite a few who use their own names. My Taoist title shall be Twinwood, North Sun suddenly said. Taoist Jade C nodded lightly. Twinwood? Very well. He looked towards the nearby Ning next. Ning, what about you? Ning said slowly, my Taoist title, let it be Dark North. Very well. Taoist Jade C nodded. Since your Taoist titles have been chosen, let the elders of our Black-White College discuss amongst themselves who will take you as their student. If you aren't willing, you can speak out at this time. Understood, Ning and North Sun both said. Unwilling? What sort of a joke was this? As long as there was no enmity between them, generally speaking, as long as an elder was willing to be their master, the disciple would not refuse to be their student. Mu North Sun. Suddenly, from amidst the crowd of primal Taoists near Taoist Jade C, a white-haired, baby-faced old lady suddenly spoke out. She looked at North Sun, a hint of benevolent love in her eyes. I heard that you walked the Tao of constructs. I, Jade Fine, have also gained quite a few insights into the Tao of constructs. I wonder if you would be willing to accept me as your master. Ning's heart thumped. Jade Fine? According to the intelligence report which Northmont Byway had provided him, Taoist Jade Fine had the highest degree of understanding of the Tao of constructs in the entire Black-White College. Your disciple is willing. North Sun respectfully fell to his knees. Your disciple pays his respects to you, Master. Taoist Jade Fine smiled, then nodded. Ning turned to look at the various primal Taoists up ahead. Which one of them would become his master? Which one? But Taoist Jade C and the other primal Taoists didn't say a single word. Strange. Why aren't any of them accepting junior apprentice brother Ning as their disciple? Right. None of our uncle masters are saying a thing. The other disciples were secretly chatting amongst themselves. But Taoist Jade C, seated above them, suddenly turned to stare towards the outside of the palace. A figure had appeared within the doorway to the palace. A black-haired, black-robed man was walking in. His gaze was both stately and fierce, and as soon as he stepped into the palace, it was as though the entire palace had been steeped into darkness. All of the disciples turned to stare at this man. My respects to you, Patriarch. Many of the disciples quickly spoke out. A few of the others were a bit lost. Clearly, they didn't recognize this man. Still, they hurriedly imitated the other disciples in bowing respectfully. As for Ning and North Sun, they followed the crowd in bowing as well. My respects to you, Uncle Master. The primal Taoists in front all called out respectfully as well. Uncle Master. Taoist Jade C rose as well. The black-robed, black-haired man's figure had instantly become the center for the entire palace. It was as though the entire world was revolving around him. Ning. The black-robed, black-haired man looked towards Ning. Are you willing to become the senior disciple under my tutelage? Ning was shocked. As soon as this man had spoken, Ning had immediately realized who he was. The intelligence report Byway had provided had very little information on the various immortals in the palace, with just a few lines of information for each. After all, the information on the immortals was very highly classified,
while the report by Wei had provided him consisted of fairly open secrets. Thus, there was just a very simple introduction regarding Immortal Diansai. Immortal Diansai, an Earth Immortal of the Black-White College. Highly specialized in swordplay. No disciples to his name. Of the living Immortals of the Black-White College, Immortal Diansai was the only one who had never accepted any disciples. Upon hearing the words, "senior disciple under my tutelage," Ning immediately understood who the person before him was. If he didn't apprentice himself to this man, then who? Your disciple is willing. Ning fell to his knees, respectfully kowtowing in a ritual manner. Your disciple, Ji Ning, pays his respect to you, master. Follow me. A rare hint of a smile was on Immortal Diansai's stern face. Nodding to the others and saying a few words, he immediately left the hall, and Ning hurriedly followed after him. As for the other disciples in the hall, they all stared in astonishment. An immortal had taken a direct disciple? This was extremely rare. Only the most monstrously talented of their generation had been accepted by one of the immortals as a disciple, and all of these monsters were rumored to actually be reincarnated immortals. The clouds swirled about Immortal Diansai and Ning as they flew at high speed towards an estate. They entered the estate, then into the main hall. Immortal Diansai sat down atop his jade bed. As for Ning, he stood there to one side, incomparably respectful. He could tell that Immortal Diansai was normally quite a stern, taciturn person. In my entire life, the person I hold the most admiration for is Senior Northwalker, Immortal Diansai said. I once swore that I would not accept any disciple who did not receive the sword intent transmission from Senior Northwalker. As for you, not only did you receive his sword intent transmission, you even inherited his legacy, the complete, 3-foot sword. Even I don't know anything at all regarding the final 3 stances of this technique. Ning just listened respectfully. Given that even the headmaster knew about this matter, for his own master to know of this was only natural. The only ones who know that you inherited the complete legacy of the 3-foot sword are myself, Jade C, and the other immortals, Immortal Diansai said. Thus, you cannot reveal it either. Ning said respectfully, your disciple understands. Immortal Diansai looked towards Ji Ning. You should know that in our Black-White College, if you wish to gain a top-tier key refining technique or top-tier divine ability, you have to use black-white pellets to trade for them. Ning nodded. The black and white book he had read earlier had described these things. If one wished to acquire the divine ability, heavenly transformation, one needed a certain number of black-white pellets. If one wanted to gain a certain key refining technique, one would also need a certain number of black-white pellets. If one wished to acquire a technique for their spirit beast, one would still need to use black-white pellets to trade for it. Black-white pellets were rewarded to disciples by the school. For example, if one reached the Dao domain level, one would be rewarded with black-white pellets. If one became a Wanxiang adept, one would also be rewarded with black-white pellets. Upon becoming a primal Taoist, one would receive still further black-white pellets. If one joined the Rain Dragon Guard, one would be bestowed black-white pellets. In short, the better one's performance was, the more black-white pellets the school would bestow. Naturally, this would allow one to gain access to ever more profound techniques owned by the school. Has your soul reached the divine sense level? Immortal Diansai asked. Ning couldn't help but feel shocked, he had never revealed this before. Receiving the complete, 3-foot sword, legacy places enormous strains on the soul. In the past, virtually every single person who ever acquired the complete, 3-foot sword, legacy was a reincarnated immortal whose soul was at least at the divine sense level, Immortal Diansai explained. Ning said respectfully, your disciple's soul has indeed reached the divine sense level, but as for being a reincarnated immortal, it seems your disciple. After having drank Granny Meng's elixir, you naturally will have forgotten the memories from your previous life. Immortal Diansai shook his head. However, given how powerful your soul is, even if you aren't a reincarnated immortal, you must have encountered a tremendously great karmic event.
Immortal Diansai fell silent for a moment, then started to muse to himself. You've just entered the school, so you can receive the basic reward of 1,000 black-white pellets. You have reached the Dao domain realm, so you can be rewarded with another 1,000 black-white pellets. Your soul is at the divine sense level, and so you can be awarded 2,000 black-white pellets. As your master, I can bestow you with another 2,000 black-white pellets. Thus, you have a total of 6,000 black-white pellets. Immortal Diansai said seriously, since you have already received the complete legacy of the Yi 3-foot sword, in the future, you will definitely be forced to use it. Thus, when you go to the Dao repository vault, you must trade for the first scroll of the 3-foot sword. The 3-foot sword is the swordplay which has secured the foundations of our black-white college, thus, even the first scroll will cost you 2,000 black-white pellets. Ning was speechless. He clearly had inherited the entire legacy of the 3-foot sword, but in order to hide it, he would actually have to go trade for the first scroll of the 3-foot sword? And the price was 2,000 black-white pellets. So this was the reason why his master had bestowed him 2,000 black-white pellets. As for your key refining technique, remember, you absolutely must select a key refining technique that you can use to train all the way to the immortal level, Immortal Diansai said. As for divine abilities and sword techniques, choose as you see fit. You can go now. Go directly to the Dao repository vault and withdraw your black-white pellets and your liquefied elemental essence. Afterwards, go choose your key refining techniques, sword techniques, divine abilities, and whatnot. Immortal Diansai concluded, if there is something you cannot comprehend, come ask me. Yes. Ning bowed with respect. And then, he departed, heading directly to the Dao repository vault. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 26, Within the Dao Repository Vault. Chapter 26, Within the Dao Repository Vault.